Hi there.
How much of our lives have we lost due to Windows changing audio settings on me for no reason and on you for no reason?
Ah, I'd put it in the realm of hours, certainly.
I swear to God. It's so when we set up this bullshit and I sat down, Wooly, you described my audio as crispy, yes?
Crispy.
And
As my
so I
grandma would
stand
say,
up and
cripsy.
I go, fucking shit, because I have a dumb furry animal cat over there that loves to step on and lie down on my mixer. So I walk over and sure enough, there's some knobs, the equalizer's a little pushed around, right? And oh man, what am I gonna do? Oh, I'll just set all these back to normal. Nothing. And sure enough, it's the same fucking thing. It always is. Windows changed something for no reason.
Yep.
Every single fucking time.
That update fucks with your shit.
It didn't even fucking update, which is why I'm so confused.
Extra weird that.
It just decided to fucking change. I bet anything that me fucking around with the RTX shit caused Windows to like reset to some fucking default shit like last night.
Could be. I mean, automatically if you switch your noise levels around, they tend to be shared by most programs. So that's always a thing. If you fuck with it in one and then close it and then go over to another, it'll maintain that same level. So there's a lot of ways it can
I hate it.
It can bork up.
Just always stay the same.
Yes.
Just always stay the same, please.
Yeah, no, pretty much. There were computers back at the labs downstairs in the mech tech area in college, and I remember like we would go to our labs down there, and like those computers were all running deep freeze, which is just you can do whatever you want. When this computer power cycles, it will be back to a set state. You can install anything, you can fuck with anything, it doesn't matter. Deep freeze will never break. And it was magical. It was magical because like you could take over that computer for the entire weekend if need be. Go home, come back, set up your projects, render, do whatever you need to, but you power cycle and it's a perfectly clean slate every single time.
Like the moon.
Those are the good days. Yeah. And whatever settings, whatever software is on it, it's a clean slate.
Just drives me crazy. We even had a fun thing where you sent me a fucking screenshot of like, Pat, you check this one always is the problem.
Yeah.
And that function, those fucking things don't even exist in my current version of Windows.
Yeah.
They removed some of the ones that would fuck us up in the past only to change different shit for some reason.
Speaking of clean slates, some people have, wrote in to let me know that there's some unsatisfactory customers that are not pleased with the integrity of the passes they've been provided over the last week. And I just wanted to bookend that and let everybody know that, listen, I understand that, there may have been some issues. I feel like I was kind of forced to address that. There was a lot of unhappy people with what they were provided, with the product they were given, and I suppose that's on me. But I just want to, before we zip it up and pass it along and put the topic away, I just want to let people know that I hear your problems and I have a perfect solution for you. Yes. For those of you who are listening right now, I would like to introduce NPass Plus and NPass Premium, a service which you can subscribe to for a low monthly fee, in which you will be provided with not only all the benefits of owning your NPass, but you will actually have a monthly refresher so that every 30 days you are guaranteed a brand new, like it is an updating, QR code. It can be scanned to make sure that your pass is valid. It is double checked against the database, and everyone scans it and goes beep, hey, green light, you're good to go. It's kind of like walking through the airport and swinging around your boarding pass, and they're like, hey, there it is. He's got the updated one, right? That's what you got going on. NPass Plus, pretty handy service. You get it all together on a monthly basis. NPass Premium, however, this is where the big Johns comes in, because you bring in your NPass Plus services, plus you get access to the unique we're calling it Your Face service. It is your face. You can determine what you would like your face to look like with any form of of modification, whether that be color or simply any usually colors where we stick with it. Your Face, coming soon to NPass Premium, and we're currently looking at we're not working on it. We're working on it. No promises yet, but we're currently working on possibly expanding NPass to include other alphabet passes. So we will let you know about the passes for the rest of the alphabet that might be included in the NPass Premium service coming soon. So please stay tuned, and thank you for your kind and loyal patronage.
So that's all good and well. What's the cost?
Well, we're currently working that out at the moment. In terms of dollar value, we're not 100% certain, but a pound of flesh is what we're operating with at the moment.
All right. Let's do that. All right.
What's the modern day? Can we do some quick
So I have some definitions for you, Wooly.
Yeah, if we can do some quick market value estimations on the approximate value of 40 acres and the market cost for one mule. If we can figure out that exact current day value, I think we can start operating with a number.
All right, so I got 3 problems for you. One is market, and 2 are legal.
Okay.
Number 1 is if your definitive cost is 1 pound of flesh, you probably get that for like fucking $3.90 down at the grocery store, because you didn't specify a pound of what flesh.
Right.
And considering it's illegal to sell human flesh.
Right.
I assume you meant flesh in general. 2 is I was looking up some legal terms while you were doing this.
Okay.
You're definitely guilty of 1. You're probably guilty of the 2nd. First of all, the issue with the original batch of passes and any subsequent passes in the face of legal or community opposition, you're basically engaging in planned obsolescence.
Okay.
In industrial design and economics, it's a policy of planning or designing a product that has an artificially limited useful life. These things are not worth the paper they're printed on. You're giving them out knowing that they will expire. And on top of that, I suspect that you knew that first batch of passes would not go through well, which makes you guilty of racketeering. Because racketeering, according to thebalance.com, what is racketeering, from September 25th, 2019, is a criminal activity in which a person or organization engages in a racket. A racket is when a criminal creates a problem for others for the explicit purpose of solving that problem for money.
So what you're saying is
you invented a fake pass specifically so that you could extort people when it became obsolete.
Now, hold on. That's not what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing is, especially with the first definition, it's not that these passes are invalid. It is that they were valid, give or take 100 or 200 years ago. And that they are currently no longer valid, but there was a range of time in which their validity did exist. However, that time...
Wooly, that's not true.
That's the fine print.
Because you are the one signing those passes, and you were born in the 80s. That is past the ostensible validity of these passes, meaning there was never a point in time in which they were valid. So if you are not in fact guilty of planned obsolescence, you're
the
guilty
expiration
of
date on the pass.
Fraudulent passes.
If the customer does not check the expiration date on the passes and does not read the fine print and does not read all of the legalese, they are liable for their own outcomes, which may vary.
Putting something in fine print or putting something in a EULA is not a legally actionable defense.
Which is why it's not only on the EULA. It is not only on the EULA, which you must scroll down and mash X to get through, but it is also printed on the pass itself. There is an expiration date, and that expiration date dates back some 400 years ago. But if the user of the pass does not pay attention to the fact that the expiration date is currently no longer valid, there's nothing that we here at this humble mom and pop shop can do about that.
You can't sell items. Like, this isn't even planned obsolescence. This is innate obsolescence. You can't sell a fucking carton of milk and say, this is milk, right? And the expiry date on date of sale is 2 years ago.
Well,
that's illegal. That's fraud.
Well,
you're selling fraudulent passes. And then you're trying to hit people with a racket in order to re-up their fraudulent passes.
Hey, now listen, the digital collector's edition we're describing here is one that includes no physical objects to begin with. So quite frankly, you know, you can say all you want about, you know, the nature of the pass being fraudulent, but you know, if we say that, like, hey, this digital pass right here is pending. It's pending. There's a QR code on it, and it's like, you know,
legally
maybe
sell digital passes that would only be good prior to the invention of electricity. Like, what are you doing? You are setting yourself up for a class action lawsuit.
A class action lawsuit.
That's right. You sold a lot of passes over the last week, and they are bullshit. People need to get their money back.
Acres and mules. We deal with acres and mules over here.
Nobody's got mules, dude.
Well, that's why we do.
Some people have acres, but mules are like, who even has a mule? Like, does Plague even have a fucking mule?
I mean, probably not. You know, it's got some kind of.
Hey, you know, like, this is an old-timey, stupid question. It's more about real estate than racism. Isn't 40 acres way more valuable than a single mule?
Oh, fucking crazy. Like, wild. Yeah, 40 acres is insane.
Like, 40 acres is a fucking chunk of land.
It's a humongous chunk of land. It is more than enough to, like, to have multiple fields that you can till and plow.
So I'm not super familiar with acres and hectares and all that shit.
But people owned like hundreds of acres, you know what I mean? So
40 acres is 0.15 square kilometers. Can I get a photo of this? What is it in football fields? Football fields.
I mean, back when we had a giant empty fucking frontier, then it was like you can
40 acres is a football field. No, a football field is 1 acre.
Okay,
so it's 40 football fields.
Is that correct? I don't know about that.
Yeah, I'm looking at like 10 different diagrams. 1 acre is about the size of a football field, give or take like 5 yards.
An acre is not a football field. An acre is not a football field. That's not
I'm going to send you a fucking photo of a football stadium is a fucking acre. You piece of shit, lying, fraudulent asshole.
Hey, man.
There's a whole article here.
No, don't be hating on entrepreneurship.
Entrepreneurship? You're not even selling anything.
I am selling an experience.
You're selling an experience for yourself.
I'm selling an experience.
You're selling it to yourself.
I'm selling it.
Money.
I am selling it to those who would pay to have this experience. Before you call into question my character as a simple, humble entrepreneur, one who's trying to just make its way onto Shark Tank so I can get in front of the sharks and say, who wants in on this? All right. I'm just trying to get in front of the sharks and let them know. But before you call that into question, I ask you to call into question the values of my customers, my cherished dear.
You're right, Wooly. Obviously, it is the people buying your product on a goof, not the person who has commodified transactional racism.
If people want to purchase their NPass Plus, or NPass Premium, which now includes the Your Face service, who am I to stop them? Who are you to stop them? There is more than enough fine print. There is an expiration date.
Wooly,
there is a clear cost. Supply and demand.
Supply
and demand.
There are family members of yours that are lawyers. You have buddies that are lawyers.
Sure.
Just putting fine print on things doesn't make it legal. You know that, right?
You understand that.
You can't just print things away.
You cannot create a commodity that will sell to people and not acknowledge that if it's sold, it's because there was a demand.
You didn't even create a commodity. It's a non-valid commodity.
It's an experience.
You're like selling people like wishes.
It's an understanding.
Or like unicorn tears. It's snake oil.
It is a cultural understanding. It's a movement. N-word pass premium is a movement. You don't get it. You just don't get it. You're not up to it. You don't understand the way things are moving. You know, this is a digital world.
How are they moving?
This is a digital world. This is a world of constantly changing. There's apps. There's fucking, you know, like the old .com boomer days are behind us. We got new shit going on, and that's why we're working on an app. We're working on an app, but what
does the app even do?
That's only for investors. That's only for investors. We're not going to talk about that publicly just yet.
Who the fuck's going to invest in this shit?
Oh, well, you know, there's some people out there.
De facto fraudulent bullshit.
There's some people out there that are looking to buy some shares. I'm just saying. There's some shares that people are trying to grab, you know?
You're going to go to jail over this shit. This is so obviously fraudulent.
Quite frankly, I'm thinking of taking N-word pass premium. I'm thinking of taking it private at 420.
You meant public. You meant public.
Public. Funding secured.
You meant good businessman.
I'm thinking of taking it public, funding secured. Quite frankly, the stocks are too high right now. The N-word pass premium stocks are way too high right now. So
I would say so.
You know,
you careful saying that shit. You could wipe out some value.
All right, funding fucking secured. We're getting in there. You need to understand that there is a.
All right, so let me ask you then, what's the fine print? Say I buy today. You're selling the new and improved.
Oh well, hey, I'm not the legal
premium
department here. I can't recite that off the top of my head. There's a lot of words. There's a lot of technicalities.
You were just arguing legalese with me. You cannot now go say that you're not the legal department.
There's a lot of technicalities out there that need to be worked out. I can have it always.
You can't defend it when you want and then not when you don't.
There is a lot to you know, and let's be real, it would take a lot.
Also, it's a company of you, so yes, you are the legal department.
There are people right now that are working very hard to put food on their tables with what they are paid from the NPass Plus premium service, and you
name one
are denying those people.
Name one. Name one salaried employee at NPass Productions. That is not you.
Min.
Who do you want to throw under the bus on this one?
Min.
Give me a single employee.
Min. AKA
he does it for free. You can't count it.
I'm not here to divulge the personal lives of our employees and the places that this company is going. It's not about whether it's about whether you're on board or are not, because we're going high, we're going places with this. This business is blowing up right now. And quite frankly, if you're not on, then I get it. That's fine. You're off. You're left in the dust. That's okay. But to those out there who understand the nature of business, the nature of supply, the nature of demand, and of course who understand that there is a clientele that is very, very adamantly looking around for their passes every time they go to a concert. Every time it's about, every time they hit their favorite
concert.
Yeah, a lot of concerts. Usually hip hop concerts. You know, you hit the you hit the banger for the night.
You're not going down to Phil Collins.
No. But you hit up your favorite concert, and then you're just like, oh fuck, where was it? And then you're checking your pockets, and it's nowhere to be found. And this is where you pull out the app, you flash that QR code, right? The screen automatically brightens. Someone walks over, goes beep, and goes, hey, look at that. It's valid.
Okay, Wooly.
You're now able to enjoy your music.
I have a couple questions. All right.
I might not have answers.
Number one. Have you settled on a price for the new NPass Premium?
Approximate market value, 40 acres and 1 mule.
Okay, so that is... approximate land value of 40 acres, Montreal. Quebec lots and lands for sale on du proprio. We're looking at fucking $1 million.
Oh, well, hey, there's a lot of influencers.
Plus mule. Mule. Yeah, Mule's not $1 million.
No, there's a lot of TikTok kids that are really that can dump that easily. There's a lot of
hold on.
Fire Festival folks that could you know.
Okay.
Anyone who posted an orange photo.
An orange photo?
Yeah, the influencers who all like pushed the Fire Festival campaign. They all posted a picture, just an orange screen on their you know. Anyway, that's fine. Doesn't matter.
All right. So I'm taking a look, and ironically enough, Canadian fraud laws don't
see why do we have to
don't have dollar amounts associated with them. So it's a blanket. It's not the amount of fraud, it's just fraud. And you're looking at 14 years.
Listen,
held that deprivation is satisfied on proof of detriment, prejudice, or risk of prejudice.
I don't see
it is not even essential. There is actual loss.
Why you got to bring this negative energy in my sphere? Why you got to bring this energy in my space like this? You know, I don't understand why you can't just step aside or step on. Why you got to walk into the space and bring it down like this? I don't appreciate it.
Really? How many people do you think can even afford like $1 million pass?
Well, that's why we have different price charts coming out. But we're talking about. Well, right now we're discussing right now we're discussing the 40 acre and a mule value, you know, but we can work out monthly payments. We can work out, you know, yearlies. We can figure it out based on your,
So
your own
I'd like to
individual
actually,
situation.
I'd like to thank Plague of Gripes for helping us out on some of the numbers here. He went and did some land research, and he puts the USDA average acreage in America at $3,200 an acre.
Okay.
So the NPAS Plus for the U.S. on average would cost $130,000. However, the nature of your acreage business plan means that the poorest areas are able to afford more passes. If you live in San Fran, I don't think anybody could afford that pass. If you live in shithole Kentucky, passes for all.
So what you're saying is we have a sliding economic scale system that you know, that changes from state to state.
Well, actually, I mean, if you're talking acreage, I mean, you got to set some kind of distance from their home location. Like state to state would probably work. But like, would it go city to city or like county to county?
Well, you know, now we're getting into real estate, quite frankly. And at that rate, I think what I would have to do is take it back to the board and take a look and see, you know, okay, if this area has this has this type of value, then we only have this many passes for that area. But if this area has this kind of value, then we have a lot more passes for this area because the population is higher.
So what you're saying, Wooly, is that Joe Exotic gets a discount NPAS Plus, but Jeff Bezos does not.
He's a premium member. We you know, he's in there. Don't you you know. Listen. We don't disclose.
Somebody asked in the chat. This is a really good question. Are the passes region locked?
Are they region locked?
How far are you able to travel from the place of purchase for your pass? Is it a state? Is it a national pass? Is it a county pass? Is it a continental pass? Do you need to pay an extra fee when you go across state lines?
Okay, well, as far as we're talking right now, we are serving the continental United States, Canada, and Mexico.
Okay, so no Hawaii. Go fuck yourself, Hawaii.
We are working with partners that are going to work out their coverage zones. And you know how when you fly from here to like the States and then your phone service switches and it's like, hey, our partner, you're going to be going from Rogers to AT&T.
The regional NPAS Plus provider.
Exactly. So, you know, if you fly to Japan, you got to get Docomo to like work with your phone services. Yeah, you got to work it through with those individual regions. You know, they have our partners that we're currently working with. You know, ideal situation is we grow the business, we work it, we get international, but we're not international just yet. So right now we're working with partners who will handle the passes in your own respective regions. Seeing as
all right, so let me ask you, because there's been a
results
a lot of this.
in regions will change. Results change drastically from region to region.
Did you contact the Anime Girl VTuber database
now
and give that whole industry a free pass while playing GTA 5 and watching the Lamar cutscene?
Now, it has come to our attention that the anime VTuber realm has been in violation of not purchasing a pass. And quite frankly, we're looking into it. It sounds possible that they did not know what they were doing. But ignorance, as you would know, I'm sure it's open in a browser in front of you, is no excuse when it comes to the law. So
the exact phrasing in English law is usually ignorance is no defense of the law.
Exactly. So, you know, when we're looking at this, the situation right now with the VTubers, I'm again, we're not finished investigating it, but it seems that the local Japanese pass handlers will need, our partners over in Asia will need to locate and at least contact, you know, perhaps with a cease and desist, to let these VTubers know that they have not acquired a pass, and to direct them to where they can do so, or cease all criminal activity.
Wait, no, hold on. Criminal activity? You don't have the legal authority to do that.
No, you certainly don't. But hey, remember when a company stepped up and said, "Hey, we are the legal esports authority in Japan," and then Japan was like, "What?"
Nuh-uh.
And then they're like, "Yeah, no, you gotta pay us to get esports money." And then all the players were like, "No, you don't." And then all the companies that make the games were like, "Yeah, no, that's cool." And the players were like, "Please don't make these people real." And they're like, "No, they're real now." So then they became the authority. Yeah, it's kind of like that. I'm the authority on who can.
You're the
No. I'm saying if I'm you're
the authority.
No. I was quotation. I was saying. No.
Out of its mouth.
You're not letting me finish the statement, right? I'm saying, like, I'm the authority, says random company that appears. No one in Asia, in Japan, right? No one contests it. We are now the authority. I'm reciting the precedent established by the JESU, right? And it is established that, you know, we saw it happen with esports. I see no reason it can't happen with VTubers.
Well, I mean, you're going to be selling this pass to the US, I assume, right?
I mean, that's my target audience. There's another. Again, we work with our partners. You know,
I have bad news for you. You can't sell the rights to language in the United States.
Oh, that's not what we're selling. Again,
what are you selling exactly?
An experience.
What does the pass contain? Is it the experience of literally like holding the pass in your hands, or like
it's a vibe?
Okay, you're selling a vibe. Could you be slightly more specific?
And soon, when our VTuber friends get access to N Pass Purasu, perhaps, you know, they will be able to play all the Grand Theft Auto they want without.
Well, Willie, your product is becoming increasingly unclear. And in fact, I think you can sell the right to use certain language. Like, I remember Adobe was getting all assholey about Photoshop.
As unclear as the usage of the word in question?
I think the only solution to this going forward to save yourself from racketeering trouble is that you will have to personally, that's Wooly Madden, must trademark and copyright the N-word.
I don't think, despite what others have attempted to do, I don't think we have been able to cross that boundary just yet.
You having trouble at the patent office?
Well, it seemed, I've heard that attempts to trademark "You're Fired" did not work, but at the same time, the successful trademarking of "Let's Get Ready to Rumble" in the context of starting a competitive activity is valid. You understand?
Yeah.
So context appears to matter, and I suppose
I gotta say, every time I ask you a question, your pass gets shittier and shittier.
Well,
it doesn't seem to be worth $1 million.
Well, here's what I'm saying: an attempt to trademark "You're Fired" did not work in general, right? But an attempt to trademark "Let's Get Ready to Rumble" did work in the context of an opening of a competitive sport. Therefore, I don't know if we can work through the possibility of owning the word itself, but we can definitely use it and own it in context. And in the same way that you have it in context of a competitive match starting, the context of at a concert, the context of, when
what do you
you can
what do you what is
contextually perhaps.
What is your response to the claims that you do not have the authority to issue such passes, especially for money?
Well, what at the end of the day, who determines what the authority is?
I'm going to say not you.
Okay. Okay. That's fine. That's fair.
Ideally,
but there does not appear
there would be a form of governing body.
There appears to be no governing body that can actually determine what is what in this scenario. Therefore, he who takes the napkin first determines the pace. Are you upset that I'm taking the napkin? Are you upset that I'm determining the pace?
No, I'm not.
All my actions are those of justice. I am unclouded in my conviction. You have to understand.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Wooly, you might in fact be guilty of a crime right now by trying to sell these passes in Canada. Section 319(1) of the Canadian Criminal Code states that publicly inciting hatred is a criminal offense. It is an offense to communicate statements in a public place which will incite hatred against any identifiable group where it is.
Pat, you're breaking up. I can't hear you. Pat, you're breaking up. I can't hear you. Your mic's not working anymore. It seems like your mic's not working anymore. Something's wrong. I don't know if the mic issues you had earlier today are coming back to haunt you, but I don't know if you worked it out completely. It seems like you might have. It seems like you might have some issues, folks. We're working it out right now. We're working it out. Let's see. Hello? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Hey, what's up?
Oh, hey, what's up? We had some issues.
Hey, I was able to post the Wikipedia documentation of the hate crime statute you're violating right now in the chat. If you want to take a look at that.
We don't. Hate crime statute. What do you even? How am I in violation of anything? What do you even get on about? What is that? Where does that law apply?
That law applies because you're communicating statements in a public space which incite hatred against identifiable groups. That is, dumbasses dumb enough to buy your pass.
Yeah, okay. Also,
i.e., non-black folk.
How do you know? Wait, hey, who said what? Black? Who the fuck is talking about? No one said anything about black anything. What do you even? What does this have to do with any of that? At no point did I say the word black anywhere. You just said that for the first time in this conversation. What does black have to do with it? Yes, I'm black. And what?
So
how is that relevant?
You're saying
I don't even understand how that's
black
relevant.
Has nothing to do with it. I would be able to start up my own NPass Plus.
Secondly,
yours.
You're talking about laws that apply. How do you know I'm not in the Cayman Islands right now? How do you know?
I can see you in your apartment right now.
Yeah, well, you don't know if that's the same fucking background that was put somewhere else. You don't know if I moved my shit.
Training to dodge local laws?
Do I own a green screen?
You do.
So, what do you know? You don't know anything. Also, who knows whose name is on the ownership?
Also, regardless of that, Wooly, you are broadcasting to the internet, which means you would be in violation of any particular law if you were to ever come back to that country.
You don't know whose name is on the LLCs. And the LLC
but
means
you're
limited
physically,
liability.
literally promoting it with your voice.
Listen, you
I
said...
can see you. I can literally see you right now.
You said something black, and I'm like, what? I don't know what you're. Anyways, listen. N Plus, N Plus Premium, U-Face. It's a vibe. It's an experience. It's a movement. Those who know understand. They get it.
What do you get with U-Face? Like literally, like what do you get?
I mean, U-Face, you know, U-Face is a way of interfacing with reality, in ways that you might not have ever experienced. It's a way of changing the way you experience the world, while the world also changes.
Like it's a pair of glasses.
The world changes the way that it sees you. So U-Face is
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm listening.
U-Face is a simple, you know, it's I mean, yeah,
are there terms and conditions to U-Face? Are there limits to U-Face?
Well, okay, like there might be a product, there might be some instructions, there might be, you know, again, it all sort of depends, but U-Face is about trying, you know, it's we have some experts that have figured out some really cool ways to change the way you perceive reality and to change the way reality is perceived.
No one's gonna buy it based off this vague bullshit. What
no,
do you get with the fucking U-Face
you'd be
pass?
surprised what a nice infomercial running at for hours after 4 a.m. would do.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you know, you're right.
You know, and that's it, man. You know,
but what do you get with it?
You get,
how specific is it?
You get it. I can't give away trade secrets. You know,
why? You literally have to define a product for people to buy it, or else it's false advertising.
It's not.
What do you get with the U-Face pass?
I think I can sell ideas and implications, and I think that people can grasp what they want to grasp from these ideas and implications, and they might like what they think. And if they like what they think,
but here's the thing, though, right? If you are selling ideas and implications, you need a fine print on that that's pretty explicit. So let me ask you, what does the U-Face pass not come with?
All right, so at this point in the commercial, you'd see an old couple fishing.
Yeah.
You'd see a family riding their bike, you know, riding with their helmets. And you'd see a cute kid playing with a puppy. And you know, and then you'd see you'd have a really good person doing a voiceover speaking really, really fast about side effects, terms and conditions, things that, you know, may or may not apply, and all the you know, everything involved. But you know, at the end of the day, we'll then cut back to these people, and at the end of their wholesome activities, that family lays out a blanket in a park, and then we see that the old couple fishing is actually right next to the family on their picnic with their bikes, which is also right next to the kid with his puppy with the frisbee. And then they're all gonna turn to the camera and be like, "U-Face, my life is better with it."
It's not even, you didn't even say anything. What do you get? People are gonna buy a nothing. You have to actually say what the fuck you're like. Okay, why are you so, if you're proud of your product, why are you so reticent to describe it in any way?
Talk to your NPass provider about U-Face. That's
you
all
are
we're
my
saying.
NPass provider.
You got it.
To my knowledge, you're literally the only NPass provider around.
There is confidentiality privileges between the providers and their customers, and we don't really want to, you know, it's like, you know, you can advertise beer by having people hold it, but you can't have them drink it.
I do, yes.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. Like, we don't, you don't.
That's because that's a controlled substance.
Yeah. So in this case,
are you saying that the federal government of Canada has recognized your N-word pass as a controlled substance?
I'm saying that you should, that
possibly addictive.
I'm saying that the what we're gonna need to let people know, the most we can let them know right now, is that they should talk to their NPass providers about U-Face and to see if it's right for them.
All right, Wooly, I will buy you a pizza that makes you my NPass provider. I waive my confidentiality rights. What do you get with U-Face?
I don't. That's not. We have not worked out.
Do you
the
not have
details.
confidence describing your product to your possible buying audience?
Well, we do, but again, we're working out the legal. We don't want to say anything that would get us in trouble.
Wooly, you literally said you're selling it this week. That shit has to be done already.
No, we sold the old passes last week. We are introducing the new services, and the new services.
Do you get a refund, or do you have to go up for the new service?
Oh, yeah, you can totally get a refund.
Okay. So anyone who wants a refund on a pass that Wooly sold them, feel free to ask for it.
Yeah. Yeah, refunds are, that's, come on now. You just got to, of course, show the receipt of purchase.
And you obviously sold these with receipts, otherwise you'd be in violation of tax law.
Well, you gotta have receipts, folks. You gotta have an invoice. If there happens to be any blood on that invoice, I don't know. That might be a little bit icky, so I don't know about that. But in general,
well, actually, no. Then you might run the risk of being liable for damages as a result of your faulty product, which you started the podcast saying that the passes didn't take.
Now, that is not liability.
That's on the record.
That is not liability. If someone, there has never not been a very clear statement about the varying of results, and that results may vary. And when those results come to fruition, there is no liability on behalf of
Wooly,
NPass Plus, NPass Premium, or U-Face.
Physical damages in a recall that doesn't count.
We'll see what the judge has to say about that. That's what I say.
I would love to see you talk to a judge about this. That would be the best transcript ever. That would be so great.
Our customers are entitled to what they deserve. A great experience.
That's a good line. How do you feel about the statement that you are fanning the flames of what am I? Let's be careful with our words here. How do you feel
fanning the flames
about the implication that you may be, in fact, race war profiteering?
Fanning the flames of wood that might be stuck into the ground in a certain recognizable formation, perhaps a religious one. Fanning those flames?
I actually don't. I'm not
religious.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay.
Took a second.
All right.
Lag.
All right.
Fanning those flames?
I look forward to
Pat, if I am fanning those flames, then perhaps we should grab I don't know. A water hose with a lot of pressure. Plug it right into the fire hydrant and extinguish that fire, because that's what fire hydrants are for.
Okay.
Fire hydrants are there to blast water really hard and to spray so we can out all those fires.
Well, Wooly, I think your business model is terrible.
I think we can grab some dogs that'll help us find survivors if there's any left in the.
I don't think you're actually going to have much success with your current business plan.
We got some dogs ready to find anybody.
And I look forward to your ongoing attempts to monetize digital shoe polish.
Thank you. Listen, I appreciate. Is that some sort of metaphor? I'm not sure. I don't know. I mean,
it is not a metaphor. It is a just direct statement.
I don't understand what the metaphor is, but I appreciate your support. I appreciate your vote of confidence, and
I don't believe you.
I appreciate your patronage. So, after all, you offered to, you know, you did
Well, unless
literally.
I offered you a pizza
You
to
literally
explain
offered.
your business
You
plan.
literally offered to participate. So
Wait a second. Wait a second. Are you telling me that you cut the fucking price down from 40 acres to that of a pizza?
I'm saying that if anyone were to look through our books to see the record of customers, we have one Pat Boyven on the record at the very least. He might owe us a little bit more that he hasn't paid yet, but he's on the list of customers. He's on the list, you know? I mean, again, we have people that signed up, started their deferred payment plans that haven't paid us yet. They're still on the list, even though they haven't paid us yet. A pizza is part of the cost. It's not the full cost, but you're still on the list of customers. And with that information, you know, if we ever were to, I don't know, get hacked or something and have all that information get leaked out or whatever, I don't know how that would.
Doing?
I don't know how that would happen. I don't know what would happen. That's crazy. Right? It would be ridiculous. We have secure servers and we have you know, two-factor. But if anything were to leak out, a list of customers, your name would be on it. So thank you for your patronage. I'm just explaining that sentence has a meaning.
You say that when I offered you a pizza, that's a legally binding contract?
I'm saying
despite the fact you didn't follow up on your end of the deal?
I'm saying that you offered to participate in the program. We can work out the rest of the payment details later, but as far as we're concerned, you know, you're on board.
Wait, hold on. People are customers if they walk into your office and leave without buying anything? What kind of fucking mentality is that?
If you start your down payment, if you paid, you know.
Are you eating a pizza right now?
I am not, but if you start your payment process, then, you know, the process has started. We got to gather your information to make your file. Once we make your file, it's in there, and it just says you owe us a lot more.
Your business seems really shady, dude.
A lot of things are shady. A lot of things are shady. It's a vibe, it's an experience, it's a movement. Our customers get what they deserve. And Plus. And Pass Premium. U-Face, coming soon.
There's got to be some kind of severe-ass fine print on U-Face, because I know you're not selling the full package.
Let's leave it there.
I know you're not selling the full U-Face package.
Tell us about your week, and then later, when you receive the product and implement it into your life, we'll have a nice before and after to compare your life before NPass and U-Face and your life after. So how was your week this week?
That was all right.
All right, well.
Honestly, considering how much time we waste on that, it's for the best, because like I didn't watch anything for shit, and I really only played one thing, even though it's old. Going on the ongoing trend of Joseph Anderson or Mandalore or somebody or internet historian or whoever puts out a big fucking gigantic video about a game that I had usually owned but not putting the time into that I should have. Mandalore put out a fucking hour and 20-minute long video on Total Warhammer 2, which is not actually the name of that game. The name is Total War Warhammer 2, but the devs have basically complained that the lawyers won't let them call it Total Warhammer 2. It is a... What the fuck? How would I... It is a...
It's an awful name, by the way.
Total War Warhammer 2?
Yes.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Any name that has the same word in it twice is a bad title.
It's because like on the if there were a box, the two brands have to be separate, because Games Workshop and Sega and what have you. But it is a 4X game in which you play the Warhammer factions and have Total War style battles with, you know, your little army units and whatnot. It's great, and boy, they have added a lot to it since the last time I looked at it. The total faction count is absurd at this point. It's the elves, the humans, the dwarves, the dark elves, the green skins, chaos, wood elves, the Bretonia, Carcassonne, like the vampires, the fucking pirate vampires,
That's
the
a lot.
Skaven, like almost everybody. And they've talked about how they are working on Total Warhammer 3.
Moth says
They
3
wanna
flavors
get-
of undead.
Yeah, you got
crazy.
your zombies, you got your tomb kings, which are skeletons, and you got your fucking undead pirates. But they've talked about how they basically want to get everybody in by the third game,
Okay.
and then they'll be done, I guess, because they'll have done it. I had a lot of fascinating, like more fascinating than the game. Like people know what Total War is. You know, it's a 4X game where you command like little armies of units and like little blocks.
What does 4X game mean?
4X is expand, exploit, exterminate, and I forget the fourth one. But Civ.
What does that come from?
Civ.
Okay.
Yeah. Think Civ. Explore, expand, exploit, exterminate. There we go. Thank you.
Sounds like a marketing
Civ.
word.
Well, I mean, Sid Meier invented it back in like 91, so I don't know what to tell you. But it is Civ-ish. It's just that it is obviously fantasy flavored, and it is a lot more focused on building and maintaining armies and having big RTS battles with like a shit zillion units. I'm sure you've seen it at some point with like fucking Rome and Total War back in the day or whatever the fuck. It is so much more interesting to me because it is Warhammer. Because let me go down the fucking list of Total War games, just like a quick list, right? There's 2 Rome games. There's like 4 Revolutionary War ones. There's 3 Kingdoms, Medieval, Napoleon, Fall of the Samurai, Shogun, etc. They're almost exclusively historical, right? The Warhammer ones are the crazy weirdo fantasy ones.
Rome has always been like known because that box with the centurion yelling,
the screaming, and it looks like shit.
It's the most recognizable thing. Yeah.
And I was talking to Mothman, noted big Warhammer, huge fucking nerd, and he basically confirmed to me what I had suspected, which is the history fans are super, super, super mad at how successful the Warhammer versions have been. Because it has stolen all the thunder out of
the flavor on it.
This. Because it's like, okay, listen, you got like historical Napoleonic France and the Prussian Empire and whatever. You're going to have muskets, you're going to have cannons, you're going to have whatever, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to have a faction of undead vampire pirates that don't have towns. They just roll around on pirate ships and raise the dead. You know? Like the unit diversity is enormous in the fantasy one as opposed to your realistic one. And I kind of feel bad, but at the same time, I don't care because all that shit's super boring. I would rather see like orcs hit a skeleton than the Prussian army fight the Napoleonic army.
I'm getting flashbacks to watching someone play this, and I don't remember who. It couldn't have been my brother because this came out in the aughts, so it couldn't have been him. Damn, I've watched this game being played. Yeah, I've watched Rome in particular.
Well, this game wasn't out in the aughts.
No.
You mean
Rome was.
Rome, yeah.
Yeah, because I remember specifically the crazy ass, like every time you saw a screenshot of this, it was like there is infinite units clash,
and they're all like pretty detailed for the time.
Yeah, and it was like a 3D battlefield, but it was just like the idea that you had something that looks a bit more like I guess a realistic quote unquote like battlefield with the number of units out there compared to most other games at the time.
Yeah, and it's a good fit for Warhammer because Warhammer is about like your little battalions of dudes.
It looks like the game that mobile games want you to believe they are.
Oh man, that's fucked up. You're super right. Probably. Oh wow, yeah. It's laughably complicated. Doing the tutorial for like the elves took me like 4 hours. And it's the kind of thing where you learn how to do something and it goes, you hit end turn and it goes, hey, do you want to learn the tech tree? And it shows you the tech tree and you go, okay, right. And you pick the tech tree. And then on the next turn, it's like, do you want to learn how to fucking enact provincial edicts? I'm like, okay, all right. And next turn, it's like, do you want to know who you want to influence at court and sign a non-aggression pact? Yeah, okay. How about the 6 different types of unit movement on the world map? How about the 35 hotkeys that you need to organize your formation? Except, like, it's fucking infinity depth.
Don't you love that?
It's very intimidating to get into, but I've wanted. I've bounced off this game like 5 times because I get in and I fucking get into the first couple tutorial battles, and they're tutorial battles, so they're supposed to be like baby steps, and I barely won any of them, and I took like massive losses. And it's like, that's not good. So I ended up watching a video series called "This Is Why You Suck at Total War," which is specific to the Warhammer series. And it teaches you like, okay, no, here's how you actually put your guys in formation. Here's how a battle is supposed to work. Don't just throw your bullshit at the other guy's bullshit.
But you enjoy drowning in options.
I do enjoy drowning with options as long as I have the ability to actually learn what those options are.
And eventually like pair them down to the 15 that matter.
Yeah, which are what units do you have? What did you spec your lord into, etc. Probably the weirdest thing is the way they have released this game. So Total Warhammer, it's the fucking logo is so hideous. Willie, I'm gonna send you a fucking screenshot of the logo. It is so awful. Take a look at that shit. It's so stupid. So Total War Warhammer came out.
That logo's rad. What are you talking about?
Look at the like it's Total War Warhammer. Like it's so stupid.
I mean, the words are dumb, but the graphic design is nice.
Well, that's what I mean. I mean the words, Willie.
The graphic design is nice. The typography is solid. I don't hate it at all. I think it's a good logo. I think it's fine.
I disagree, but mainly because of the words. Regardless, I want to talk about the first game came out, and the first game was like, okay, humans, dwarves, orcs, and vampires, I think it was, right? And that was the first game. And then they put out some DLC, and the DLC is like, it was chaos, and it was like some beast men and shit like that, right? Then the second game comes out, and none of those are playable at all. At all. Including like the de facto starter human.
And they've been
replaced.
replaced.
It's both elves, lizards, and rats. And you go, okay. And then, like, I want to say a couple months after release, they put out a new campaign map, which is both of the game's maps combined into one super map. And all races playable. And you're like, that's cool.
That's crazy.
That sounds awesome. And then you get to the part where like, oh, cool. How do I play humans? And the answer is buy Total War Warhammer 1. And it's super weird because the first game retroactively became DLC.
Weird.
I can't think of a single game that has ever turned the old one into DLC.
Though if I ever played a game where all these individual maps I was familiar with got logically connected together into a super map, I'd probably mark out at that.
Well, it's easy for this shit because the old fantasy Warhammer map is fake Earth, like with North America, South America, Africa, Europe, etc.
Okay.
So the current one is about 2/3. It's North and South South America, most of Europe, and the top of the top of Africa, like Egypt and above Saharan. And so the next one I'm going to assume is going to add like Australia and Asia. Yes, there's a donut. Everyone, calm down about the donut. It's basically Atlantis. But it's this weird thing where when the third game comes out, they will have, I don't know, who the fuck is even left? Like a couple chaos factions and what have you. And that'll be all that's playable. And then they'll put out the final map, which is planet Earth, and goes, anything that you already own, here you go. All of it. Just put it right in.
Okay.
And it becomes like a $550 game at that point. But it is way better than that sounds because you don't need to own anything to play against them.
That's
so
cool.
Say like, for example, right now the orcs are kind of bad, right? And say you don't care about orcs.
Right.
At all.
It's the character catalog thing almost of just like, I can fight against you, but I don't own you.
Yeah, so once the greenskins and all that got combined, they'll be on the map. They'll live where the orcs are supposed to live, and they'll be your opponents. But if you don't want to play as them, you don't have to play as them.
Right. But if you definitely want to know the game inside out and get really good at it, you're gonna need to learn all the races and everything that's in the game.
This is one of those things where my initial assumption may be dead wrong. The game does have multiplayer. I bet most players don't give a shit. Because multiplayer is it's army matches. I assume the vast majority of people are going to be playing the campaign against the AI on various difficulties.
If there's a multiplayer mode, there's going to be a scene out there that is like, figuring it out and getting into a meta of some sort, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Well, the meta is I mean, there's, oh my god, because there's a part of this that I left out, which is, well, they say you're gonna play your you might like lizard people, right? Lizard people are cool. They're like dinosaurs. They got dinosaur units, right? So you pick your lizard people. Well, who do you want to run the lizard army? And then you pick from, I think they have 6 different playable heroes. The dinosaurs are radical.
Oh, okay.
They're the Aztec nation, but they're lizards.
I thought you're calling me a lizard person. Go on.
No.
Sideways blink.
God damn it. This NPass Plus business has you seeing enemies everywhere, Wooly. Anyway.
About that. Seeing enemies everywhere, huh? All right, go on.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Nothing.
I'm trying to talk about my lizard dinosaur toys here.
The lizard. They sound, dinosaurs are cool. They're very cool.
You tell me. Okay. Anyway, fine. You'll play the fucking Bretonians, the French faction. They have 5 different army leaders, and all of those are completely unique. And those are shit like,
I was gonna make a joke about being parentally raised to be like, there are enemies everywhere, and you must be twice as good as all of them. That's all. Anyway. It's fine.
Anyway, any of the lords that you pick are all going to completely define the armed forces. So it's not just like the, I don't even know how many, 11, 12, 13 different racial
Yes.
armies. You also have 4 or 5 unique army play styles per section. So you have the meta for what combinations of armies, then you have the meta for what combination of armies with what leaders. And it's so like,
Earlier you said zombie pirates. That sounds pretty rad.
I did. They are the latest DLC faction.
Does
They
that
are
imply
called-
naval warfare?
That implies naval warfare. It implies colossuses made out of undead ships.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they're rad.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, they don't, like, they're mainly a slow ranged faction.
Okay.
Oh, do you mean like boat to boat combat? No, that is not in there. I believe that auto resolves if you actually try and
What did you
like,
think I
boats
meant
fight.
by naval warfare? Stomachs?
I thought you meant a boat walking on land shooting cannons.
Oh, well, no. No. But that sounds like a cool race.
Yeah. It's really cool.
Although less of a
and
race, more of a job, but you know.
Like, I'll just ask Mothman right now and I'll get back to it. Who the fuck is left to add? Because I literally don't know. I'm not as familiar with Fantasy Warhammer as I am with Warhammer 40K. Like, I could list those races off a lot better. I could say, oh, they're missing the Tau, or oh, this is the one where the Necrons show back up, or whatever. But yeah, it's just,
Aren't there like,
it's nice to be able to play a total war game that has units that I give a shit about.
aren't there literally hundreds of races in the lore?
No, there are hundreds of sub factions.
Oh.
And the sub factions is usually what you get with the lords. So like, say you pick the rat guys,
Yeah.
you have like the warrior cast of rats and then the plague cast of rats, and so they're little sub armies.
Okay, that makes more sense. Because like every time,
So there are
because people
shit ton of
are,
those.
because yeah, every time I hear anything in reference to it, there's always like the whatever are so cool, and it's like,
yeah.
I'm like, I just kind of like, is that a race? There's so many of these things. Okay, sub factions, that makes more sense.
Yeah, so
Clans.
you usually have your race distinction, which is rat people, skeletons, etc.
Yeah.
And then you have your subdivision of like, this is the rat people that somehow figured out how the atomic bomb works.
Mm-hmm.
Or this is the rat people that love creating underwarrens to create the vermintide.
Right.
I hope.
Kind of like how
Okay,
there's a
here we
billion
go.
clans of space marines.
We got Mothman back to answer me. We have oh my god, we have Chaos Dwarves, not to be. So the bad dwarves, ogres, Chaos Demons, Russians. He says Kislev, which is the Russians with bear cavalry.
Okay.
And then 12 remaining small sub-factions. So I bet that next game is going to be very chaos-centric.
So canines, dogs, Dalmatians.
Something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
I was doing some research on it, and it's like, okay, well, you know, is Total Warhammer 3 in development? Yes, it totally is. It's deep in development, apparently. And I found an interview in which people are like, what are you guys going to call the final campaign? And they said internally it's called a very big campaign. That's it.
Okay.
It doesn't have a cool name like Mortal Empires or whatever. It's just like, it's really big. It's going to be a really big one.
Lots of clans and lots of races means lots of art. So,
oh, dude, the art in the game's incredible.
well, that's one thing that, like,
it
as an
looks
outsider,
really good.
as an outsider to Warhammer and as an outsider to 40K, you know, both of those things have always been like, just what I'm seeing is a collection of fucking gorgeous artwork for like tons and tons of different groups and stories and factions and races and things like that. And it's it feels like there's more than enough to like go on officially, that like you don't even need to have like the fan art be this, you know like fan art for things is like a flooded community in many cases. In this case, like, it's officially flooded. The fan art can still come, but
It's
it's like they got you covered.
the in-game stuff as well. Like the units are very detailed. Like they all animate really well. There's the maps are all unique maps, like with like all these details. The world map is incredible. It's great. There's only one problem with it, and I assume that is a problem that all the Total War games have. You're throwing like 8,000 good-looking units at each other. Dude, this game runs like shit.
Oh.
This game runs like shit.
Are the models too detailed?
They're really good, and you can turn it down. You can absolutely turn it down. But like if you want it to look like really good, it is going to choke. Like I am throwing a beefy PC at it, and I had to turn it significantly down to get it to playable. And because like, I mean, Warhammer 3.1 is going to have like the same engine. So I assume this is just going to pass into the, this problem's going to go away, right? As Warhammer 3 will probably be a game that people play for like 10 years kind of thing. But it cracks me up because Warhammer is expensive. Warhammer figures and pewter figures and the books and all that is expensive. And I'm really glad that they were able to fucking take that experience onto the PC. We're actually really getting to play it for real is also expensive.
Right. I mean, dude, like if anything, they understood that this is a fan base that is willing to spend money. Therefore, we will not deny them their wishes, looking at screenshots where, I guess one thing is I was expecting that because I've seen Rome Total War, but when I'm looking at the Warhammer ones, I guess I was wondering if like did they make it so that you can get like quadruple the amount of units on screen by modern standards?
So one of the craziest things that I discovered is one of the biggest performance hogs is a setting called unit size. And it's literally how many units are in a formation.
Yeah.
Right. And the crazy thing about that is that it affects the way the game actually plays balance wise. Because the game is balanced for the large unit size. If you go ultra, you have like 40% more fucking
individuals,
like enemies on screen, which means shit like magic is less effective because the size of spells doesn't increase.
Oh, that fucks with balance entirely.
Yeah, if you want to play, if your PC sucks ass and you're running on like minimum unit size, a army unit that is supposed to have like 130 guys in it has 20.
Okay.
And that affects how far you can literally spread them apart.
PvE only, I'm assuming, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So one of those things like, what's it balanced on, guys? And the answer is large. So even if you run it at max settings, turn that one down to large, I guess. It makes me like I have blown. How much have I played it in the past couple days? I want to say like 10 hours, and I've gotten nowhere. Like nowhere. Like I've just been trying out like the tutorials.
Good.
Of a couple of the races.
Good. That's a surface scraper.
Because it's so fucking complicated.
That's also
the part I didn't even mention. The part that I didn't even mention. So you have your army mechanics and all the different units and all that shit. You ever play Civ, Wolves?
I played Civ.
Okay, so in Civ 5 or Civ 6, I forget what we're up to now even. I remember there was shit like, okay, everybody has the unified tech tree and you play as Rome so you get free roads. Mm-hmm. Or you play as the Vikings and you don't need to research Navy, you can just embark, right? Mm-hmm. The difference between your factions here are like they have different buttons on their UI. because those mechanics just don't exist for the other factions.
Okay, they're just that
So
vastly different.
they're so the fucking political shit for elves, it's only for them. The slavery mechanic for dark elves, it's only for them.
Cool.
The corruption mechanic that blights the fucking land and screws up public order, that's only for the fucking chaos and rat people.
Cool.
And the one that really blew me away is like, okay, the rat guys can attack a settlement, fail, and then build under the settlement in a hidden underwarren and build a like
a base
structure
underneath
tech tree
underneath. That's
and
sick.
it's invisible to other players.
That's fucking sick. That's really cool, man. Yeah.
And there's a whole tech tree just for that.
Unique race like abilities and unique HUD and unique.
And then I'm looking it up and it's like, well, what's the final ability on that tech tree? And it's a bomb.
Of course.
And it just blows the city up.
Yeah, yeah.
That's like, okay.
That's sick.
That's crazy.
And
they're all like that.
I look forward to you popping that shit on stream and having every movement of your mouse cursor be criticized.
Oh man.
Like, so you move the mouse over here. What the fuck are you doing?
I literally said on Twitter yesterday, I'm like, hey guys, should I stream Total War? But it would be next week. It would not be this week. It would be next week after I've already played it for 20 or whatever, right? And I got like almost ratioed by comments of people just talking at me in terms of like, you play the rats, dude. And then out of nowhere, I haven't talked to him in a while. It's like my phone just starts to explode. It's like, okay, there's Commander Claw, there's Mothman, there's like all the fucking Warhammer people just smell it and go, oh, dude, yeah, one of us. Like it's
okay, but you have to understand, you like when it comes to like you've got the speed of light, then you've got tachyons. Then you've got the speed of one of us to fuck you, you're doing it wrong. From the speed of one of us into fuck you, you're doing it wrong is first. And then comes the speed of light in distant third. Like, yeah.
Game's great. I highly suggest checking out Mandalore's video on it. It's an hour and 20 minutes long. He goes through every faction and how the game works. Big thanks to Mothman and Claw for talking to me about how sieges work and shit like that. I'll probably talk about this for a couple weeks. There's a lot here. Wait for a fucking Steam sale. It's really pricey if you want to buy more than like the baseline entry. And the games don't go down in price because they become DLC retroactively. They have never gone down in price.
And you didn't have to go down to Games Workshop.
I sure didn't. God, I didn't want to go down there before all this, let alone now. There is one last detail that I'd like to say, which is something that cracked me the fuck up last night, which was looking into videos about Total Warhammer 2, right? How do you control units? What's the history of this faction? And if you click on a video that says Warhammer in it, there is a 99.9% chance that you will be hit with a British voice. And that is hilarious.
Moth, explain this shit.
It is
Let me know.
so much more popular out in the UK than it is here.
That,
like,
I believe it. I believe it.
Well, it is a UK franchise. It is and Creative Assembly are in England.
Okay.
But like it is so much more popular. It's crazy. Cracks me up every single time. It's oi there, governor. Here's how you control the Orky boys. It's like, all right, man, this is a good video. That's pretty much it for me. I'm going to be playing Persona this week. I'm also going to be guesting over at on Peach's channel. We're going to be doing some Dark Souls 2. You can check me out over at twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. You can check out Peach over at twitch.tv/Peach Saliva. If you're listening to this live, she's probably going to be streaming Phoenix Wright tonight as well. Oh my God, the fucking cat is sleeping with his eyes open and is twitching at me. Jesus Christ.
Apparently, they're in top 100 UK companies, so it's a massive deal over there. No shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
The orcs, man. The orky boys.
You can play a game of...
They're great.
Spot the FC merch in any of those videos. You can see which soccer team they're supporting.
Is that why Blood Bowl happened? Was Blood Bowl like a fucking attempt to make like people in the UK give a shit about American football?
It's not like, an implausible theory. It could definitely be something like that. A lot of people are thinking so. Could be.
Oh my God! I just went to Blood Bowl 2. Every single fucking DLC is, you want to play as your Chaos Dwarf team? You want to play as Nurgle? You want to play as the Necromancers, the Undead, the Norse Lizardmen, Wood Elves, Amazon, Elven, Union, Goblins, Halflings, Ogre, etc., etc., etc.
Or Real Madrid. Or United FC. Yeah. Okay. Maybe. I when I first heard about Blood Bowl, I thought it was more American football. But I don't know anything about it. Outside of that, there was that Kickstarter the other day.
All right. Well, what's up with you, man? What have you been doing this week aside from going to jail?
Well, from back in to back out, I am...
Oh, I heard.
I am...
Are you now afflicted with the curse of hatred, sir?
I am now just about done with Naruto in the literal sense of the word, and in the metaphorical sense, because we've pretty much hit credits on Nuns 4, and so with that has come a clear picture of what this full story entails, and I am now up to speed on most of the details. Of
Uh-huh.
course, there's a lot of fine details that I was not privy to, and that was my that was my decision was to catch up via CyberConnect, because I was not going to sit and go through all of the...
And then people could sprinkle you with the important shit later.
Yeah, I was not going to go through the years of footage, and you know, it was a mistake to do that final session all in one day, because boy was I absolutely destroyed by the end of it. It was a double day of streaming, and
yeah,
we ended up canceling, getting to fighting games over it. But I also didn't know how short the game was. It is ridiculously short compared to previous entries, but that's also probably because it really is a map with a series of... It's a timeline with a series of timeline battles to go through. No running around in an overworld. And it really is like the last two arcs, so to speak, are just back to back in Naruto. So I didn't realize how little there was to get through in this final game, because again, the previous entries were much bigger, longer journeys, you know?
So did you read about the plan?
I read about the plan and so much more. So here's what's up. A lot of people, as you said, sent me what they felt was the important details, and there was a lot of pausing to understand what the fuck was happening. And there was and to be quite honest, there was too much. There was just too much. And at the moment, I need distance on Naruto, because I'm fucking just done. I'm done, and I can't... There's all these extra shit to go scrape and figure out that I just don't have the energy for right now. I'm gonna need some time for it. But yes, when it comes to specifically the plan, the Hyuga
Eugenics is real, ninjas.
We went through that entire like meme, and it was pretty good. That's one of the best things to come out of the fucking the lore, the memes, and the fandom. That was really strong.
If you had to pick one thing about the finality of the Naruto and the way that the story turned out that was your favorite, what would it be?
Actually?
No.
Oh.
Not actually. Like your favorite.
Well,
because I can tell you what mine is. They just let him go, dude.
Yep. So we'll get there. Right?
They just let him go.
Here's how I want to kind of frame it, right? Here's how I want to frame it, because it's very important to understand. It's not very important. It's the least important thing in the world. There's the way Wooly thinks about Naruto is the most unimportant thing ever. But but the way I got out of this thing is there was a portion of cool shit, and it was always being enveloped in garbage. Right?
That dude kicks that other guy really hard.
He kicks him really hard. Hold on to that bullet point. Hold on to the bullet point of he kicked him really hard, though.
He kicks him super hard.
Because that bullet point is exactly it. There is a thing here. There is a reason why all these years later I kept wondering what happened to these characters and where it went and what happened. Because the cool shit was always there, and it was always a fun, impressive, dumb shonen thing to get hype over, especially early on in. And then
when cool shit happens, it's super cool.
And when not cool shit happens, it's awful. And when then there's a whole bunch of shit that's not awful, but just completely bland and uninteresting. And so what ends up happening is the overwhelming majority of Naruto ends up being either neutral bland or just really bad, and the highlights of cool shit are far and few in between. So eventually I just tap out because I'm like, I'm not dealing with this anymore, right? Yeah. Even and like, this is like, there's the filler in the anime that make it awful, but then I tapped out of the manga as well because I was like, this is just getting
the manga became filler after a point. Like,
I
saw the people holding up the volumes of like, this is pre-time skip Naruto, this is post-time skip Naruto, and here's how much of it is the ninja war.
Yeah. Almost it's like a generic shonen. Perhaps, but whatever it was, I jumped out of it, whereas there were other shonens that I didn't jump out of. But there was always a ratio. And the way we've ended in this world, the ratio of good to shit is the exact same. So, like, I feel like I've ended up in the exact same place with the exact same energy I had when I started, where, like, by the end, if I didn't hit credits, I would have tapped out there. I would have just quit. In fact, there's a point in which in the final arc where if that was not the final arc, I would have quit again. And the only thing at that point where I'm like, well, you got to see it through is because the credits are coming soon after this.
Mm-hmm.
The final arc with Kaguya, the Moon Princess, just coming down, waltzing in, and just
aliens
and literal aliens show up in the story, and then you get the backstory of the aliens, and they're just Naruto and Sasuke again, and I'm like, this is garbage. Like, this dude has nothing. He has no ideas, and like, I at that point was just on this full-on like, oh man, how wrong and how abusive are these relationships that these characters have with each other. And you kind of are just like looking at it with this like, this is a horrible, emotionally manipulative situation these main characters are in, and no one seems to care about um about the your bad actions, and there's no sense of punishment, or
like,
at the very least, like gravity or weight to evil.
The story goes to like some weird immoral places in which in the Naruto universe, like evil is genetic.
So
like
there's
behavior is innate from your parents.
But and the crazy thing is that in any other story, that point would be a hyper like focal insane thing to talk about, where you're like, the Uchiha are born with the curse of hatred. They are genetically predisposed to being fuckwads, because when they lose something precious, their brain activates a special, unique circumstance that and the chakra unlocks in them and makes them emotional and kind of crazy on a genetic level, right? That is a psychotic detail to add to your story. But it's not even,
because it's the only way you can justify. Well, they all had to go. No, really, no, really, no, really.
But it's such a
they all had to go,
and it's such a hand waveable thing in the grand scheme of it all, except for the fact that the second Hokage, who basically endorsed the cleansing of the Uchiha, is a very hard to argue with stance. It had a very hard to argue with stance, where he's like, these fucking Uchiha. And then it's like, yeah, no, you weren't even wrong. In the end, deep down genetically, that was that they were a problem, right? But never mind that. Never mind that. The part that I was focusing on so much, and the part that bothered me so much, is that the core of the story is the relationship between Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura to some degree. And this whole thing, like the idea of it's like poetry, it rhymes, like that's it stops being funny. It just becomes sad, because by the time you see the 8th spiky haired kid yelling at a serious long haired individual that is grumpy and evil, and you just like, you completely die. You just fall out of your chair and die, because like they've drawn no fewer than like 8 or 9 different Narutos in the past, present, and future, and then they go in to say that, oh no, there is a repeating history element here where these are reincarnations of yin and yang. But then
so it's pointless.
It's pointless. But then there are still yin and yangs that are not part of this reincarnation line that still look like them, because I don't know what else to draw. I don't know what else to design. It's so ridiculously upsetting. And the fact that villains are never made to really pay for what they do or live up to their own fucking crimes is beyond infuriating, right?
They just let them go, dude.
Because if you talk someone into feeling sorry, that's good enough. And you have to understand.
What if they're not sorry at all?
So, starting with, and like, we're going full spoilers here, whatever, I don't care. If you don't want Naruto spoilers, I'm just saying, if you don't want spoilers for Naruto, then stop listening, obviously, at this point. But like, from the moment the Akatsuki is introduced into the story, right? And by the way, that reminds me, you can tell that, like, I get a vibe here that it's like, the way the story is written is they show you a shadowy figure, and then he says, we're gonna get there and then figure it out. So they go, shadowy figures in robes, Akatsuki. Who are they? We get there, we figure it out, and then the moment we figure it out, here's a shadowy figure. It's the Sage of the Six Paths, and then who knows, right? Shadowy figure, and then eventually when we get to the Sage of the Six Paths, and he's there, they go, okay, here's another shadowy figure. It's the fucking mom, you know? And they literally just jump from one to the other and try to figure it out as they go. So from the moment the Akatsuki are introduced as these big fucking ISIS collective of villains, you go through this thing about how fucking evil they are and how they're killing everybody and how they don't care and whatever, and you go through each one of them, and each one of them has their own personal sob story, because of course they do, right?
Yeah, have to.
With like, okay, you know what, maybe I'm generalizing, perhaps there's some exceptions in there, but for the most part, a lot of them end up getting these things of like, no, okay, about half of them get these moments of like, we're going to show you why these people are, sad sitting on the swing. The QB literally becomes a friendly, good guy hanging out with Naruto, right? But when you go past all these evil Akatsuki members or whatever, they get let off the hook at their origin point because they were being manipulated by Madara, right? And Madara's the true evil that was manipulating them. And then
Madara Uchiha.
Yes, exactly. Right? So you go, okay, so Naruto talks and it turns out these people were not evil. They were just manipulated by Madara. Okay, cool. And then you go into the Madara story and then you find out that, hey, that's not even really Madara, that's Obito. And Obito is the one literally responsible for murdering everyone that night with the QB, murdering Naruto's parents, threatening to stab the child. He fucking literally, like, he does everything bad in the story from Naruto's birth point forward. It's ridiculous, And he is just another kid who had a sad past, who we feel sorry for, but really he was also being manipulated by the real Madara, so he can get let off the hook, right? And there's a panel.
And the fact that he's the coolest guy, apparently.
There's a giant collection of all the fucking things that he did, including a panel that describes that 40,000 ninja out of an 80,000 ninja force died on the battlefield fighting against Obito and Madara. And hey, in the end, Talk no Jutsu got through to him. So now when he gets double-crossed by Madara in the final moments because he decides to switch sides, Naruto goes, no, he's the coolest guy. And is totally just hand-waving all of the sins of the past because it's okay.
Like dead as far as the eye can see.
It's all okay now. He's cool now. He's good. He's a friend. We're all good. Yeah, never mind the fact that he was doing it because he just never got over his crush when he was a child. Which apparently I've been informed by that it's possible that he would be unable to enter the infinite Tsukiyomi that he created, so technically he was being selfless about that, but I need to see a source on that. I don't know how valid that is. That might just sound like wishful thinking, but nonetheless, as far as it goes, his entire motivation appears to be, I didn't get my dick wet when I was a child, and that upset me, so now I'm gonna make everybody suffer. Right? Great. Cool. This fucking guy then gets the complete handwave for all his sins, and it wasn't his fault, man. He was being manipulated. So now we go face Madara. And Madara Uchiha, let me get it straight. Don't get it twisted. Madara Uchiha, who, by this point in the story, has taken the meaning of stacks on stacks on stacks to such an extreme by even shonen standards that I wouldn't even know where to begin comparing anyone
I've
to
seen
him.
the meme of like the most overpowered stupid bullshit ever.
The dumbest thing about all of this that frustrates me so much is that characters just get, like Sasuke and Naruto, just get shit launched at them because they're main characters. They just get powers dropped on top of them so that new action figures can be made practically. It's almost like that idea where you're just looking at, like, suddenly he's got this new ability and suddenly the Sharingan can let you do that, right? So when we cut to the final battles where they're piloting skeleton Gundams and fighting against meteors in the sky, you're like, yeah, sure, why not? The eyeball lets him do that. And Madara is the kind of character where he's doing the all for one type of idea. So sure, he's building this up. He's building up I'm taking all these powers for myself, mwahaha. But then you do the exact same thing for Naruto and for Sasuke. So Madara Uchiha, and shout outs to Buttons O'Houlihan, HB John Zwan do for this, because it's a post that he noticed from watching our thing. Is there an anime character stronger than Madara Uchiha?
Yeah, I read this.
I'm referring to the Rinne Tensei Madara Uchiha with the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the Rinnegan Dojutsus with the Ridiko Path's ability, equipped with his Gunbai and control of the Jubi and the Gedo Manzo, a complete Susanoo with Hashirama Senju's DNA implanted into his chest so that he can perform Mokuton Kekkei Genkai and Yin Yang release ninjutsu, as well as being extremely skilled in taijutsu and bukijutsu. Fuck this character. This is the most stupid shit ever. This is uninteresting. This is trash, right? You create a character that is literally unbeatable, so unbeatable that apparently Kishimoto himself says, I don't know how to end this. I literally don't know how to beat this guy. So then they don't beat him. A new MacGuffin shows up out of the sky, Kaguya, the fucking moon mommy, and then she just kills him instantly, free, and goes, I'm the real big bad. And you're like, that's the most, not only is that the most unsatisfying thing ever, but it's like, you literally wrote yourself into a corner you couldn't get out of. With this god-formed dude floating over and doing all this shit. Then she just shows up and goes, ugh, and you're like, this is where we go then, right? And then,
all right, I have a stupid question,
sure,
because I'm not super familiar with the ninja details. If she's able to kill the unkillable big bad in a second, how are the heroes able to kill her?
Well, because they're the chosen ones.
Why couldn't the chosen ones kill that other guy?
Well, he was too strong. So that gets to, so I mean, there's so many branching paths to go with it, but it's like, in the sake of fucking having some sort of like okay, so the chosen one thing, to put another thing in the fucking a pin in the board, okay? He has like resistances to all types of jutsu, ninjutsu, and all kinds of genjutsu.
Oh yeah, why not? Yeah, fuck it.
Right. The only thing that works against him is sage jutsu, sage energy, which is a special kind of energy from the original source, and of course, good old punching and kicking. So we grab that pin from earlier where you say he kicks the guy really hard, and we put it on the table. They're in the end game battle. They're having crazy fights, and Kakashi and Obito are teaming up, and the fourth
kaiju shit.
The fourth Hokage is running around with Naruto, and they're both fighting.
I'm sorry, what?
The fourth Hokage is running around with Naruto, and they're both fighting.
But
he also has a QB inside of him.
But dead, though?
And when he died, he learned how to use its maximum power, so that when he got reincarnated, he knew how to do it exactly as good as Naruto knew how to do it. So zombie fourth Hokage is just as skilled in his QB training, even though he died seconds before it was put into him, and then he pops out knowing how to do everything. Okay. All right, so
wait, so there's two QBs, or is it like a
QB gets cut in half actually at birth? That's what happens. There's two. He's two of them. Yeah. So whatever. So then when all that is happening, and Gaara's a good boy. Gaara is great. Gaara is the like exemplary like leader that actually knows how to care about his people and motivate and be a really good guy. Gaara's great. They're all fighting in this pocket little fucking crater area, and then Maito Guy shows up, who you remember as Rock Lee's teacher.
Yeah.
So I don't know how much you remember about Naruto, but when you're looking at the running time in the movie, and there is like barely half an hour left, and they're fighting the final crazy god level entities, and Might Guy shows up. There's
like,
only
I know exactly what's gonna happen.
There's only one reason why that guy shows up, right?
Yeah.
What is that?
It's you open up all.
You open up them fucking gates. So what happens?
See, well, what happens when you do all 8 gates?
So he shows up, and I'm like, yes, this is it. Like we know we're about to get out of here. We know that the fucking. We're about to fucking wrap it up. Show us what happens. Guy gets in, and they're like, yeah, all of this magic doesn't work. The only thing that'll work besides this crazy sage bullshit is the people who kick the tree really hard. They can kick the dude really hard. How's this going to work?
Fuck out of him.
He walks in, he opens up the fucking death gate, he pops it. It's as hype as it's supposed to be.
He turns into a Dragon Ball character.
It's as overwhelmingly insane as it's supposed to be, and he beats the shit out of this god in such a fashion that the dude is like, "This is amazing. You're the strongest dude ever. I'm having fun fighting you. This is hilarious." Like, Madara's reaction to Guy being that strong is so fun and interesting. It's probably the most interesting thing about Madara to me. It's the funnest thing. It's the moment where I actually like him, because he's like, "Oh my god, I'm untouchable, but you're touching me. This is great. This fight is so much fun." And then Guy is like exploding, right? Literally blood boiling out of his body.
Oh, I've seen it.
And then he does his final attack, Night Guy, which is just the ultimate super atomic dynamic entry. It's a dynamic entry that like is basically a fucking stratospheric giga drill breaker, and he blasts half of Madara's body off of him in a like Terminator-esque T-1000 wreckage moment. And because he's unbeatable, he gets back up and goes, "Oh man, you almost killed me. That was fucking rad, dude." And that was his final energy. And really and truly, well, tune into Wooly Versus for the adventures where I give what I think should be the real ending of Naruto, by the way, which I think was universally received as an upgrade to the story. But that aside, he goes, "Oh fuck, you almost got me, bro. That was great." And then gets up and just goes back to the story being whatever trash it is. And Might Guy is, cooked. So you have like this moment where you're like, "That's cool," right? You're like, "Yeah, that's the stuff that I liked before. There's that nugget of good shit." And then someone sent me the statue that they made of him, which is apparently this crazy $500 statue of him with the 8th gate open, and it looks ridiculously cool. Like, it is high quality, insane shit. And I'm like, I never in a million years thought I would consider looking at a Naruto statue, but I'm looking at that thing going.
I'm of the opinion that like I'm sure yours was a little more detailed, but if Guy had just kicked him and he would have just died, and it would have rendered like all the other characters' stupid storylines and upgrades pointless, that would have been way better. That would have been way better.
Spoiler alert. How Naruto should have ended. Yeah, there you go. I want to take that statue and just put a little plaque at the bottom of it that says "The End."
Yeah.
But regardless.
It's like, Guy did it. And it's like all these storylines about eugenics and hereditary powers
really
and
hard. Never
just learn how to
stop
punch really good.
Kicking the tree. They cut to a flashback of Guy and his dad training, and then they walk by Kakashi and his dad, and then Kakashi's like, "Oh man, who's that kid? Oh, that's the loser that didn't make it into the exams. He failed. He's not great at all." And then Kakashi's dad goes, "Nah, dude, look at him. His arms and legs are busted up as fuck. He's training way harder than you, and if you don't get up to that level, he's going to be way better than you." And Kakashi's like, "Oh,
man, I bet Eli's video about Naruto the self-made hypocrite is like extra funny now with this new context."
Hilarious, because apparently, right, and this is the thing that actually, it took a second when people were yelling it out and I didn't quite understand. Everyone yelled, "Neji was right." And I'm like, right about what? And it's like, back in the fucking Chunin exams, when
oh my god, you're super right.
When Neji says destiny is preordained, you cannot break it, you cannot defy it. What you are is given to you from the start. You have the cards you're dealt. You play with those cards. And Naruto says no, right? Rock Lee shows you that hard work can overcome anything, and an underdog doesn't have to stay an underdog. And he's like, I can do it with just my belief and my ninja way, right? And then he beats Neji, and then Neji's like, "Oh man, my philosophy, I don't know, whatever." But
Except Naruto was preordained to win because he had a million powers that he didn't know about.
Including the most important one, in that he is literally the reincarnation of the moon god's son. And Sasuke is the other reincarnation of the moon god's son. And the war that they fought against each other is an endless cycle of hatred that has been repeated over and over, and they're just the latest. So that when they die and get their fucking asses blasted before they die, the literal architect of the story, the man in the white suit sitting in the chair who says, "Hey Neo, what's up?" Right? Steps in to go, "Hey Naruto, what's up? Hey Sasuke, what's up? Here's your god powers. Go do the thing." And then they go, "Yeah, we're chosen one, big heroes, preordained by destiny." And Neji, who fucking sacrificed himself to save Naruto, is spinning in his grave because holy fuck, it was destiny the whole time. The whole message was nonsense.
So, I mean, obviously there's a million pieces of shit writing everywhere, right? But in terms of my own personal experience and of things that have gotten popular, and in part due to Plague's excellent video, I can't think of a single work of fiction that literally tells you what it's about and then spends a decade shitting all over its ostensible message. Naruto literally looks at you reading the page and goes, "Hard work is all that matters." And then you read a story for a decade in which everyone is genetically predisposed to win, and it's all fate, and no one's hard work accomplishes shit.
It shits all over itself, but not before aiming the ass sky high and pluming so that it gets everywhere, including onto the ass of origin. You have to understand. So you get that moment, right? Then you get the he was the coolest guy, the coolest guy, right? Dead bodies everywhere. And then you get the third factor, and definitely one in a very incredibly satisfying way, which is Sasuke just going, "Yeah, sorry." Because when we get to the final moment, right, and it's all said and done, and they use their newfound god powers to defeat the Moon Mommy, and like there's a weird moment you have where a person that Naruto does not know is talking to him about their problems, and then someone else that's a villain is talking to a Black Zetsu is talking shit to Naruto about like why what he's doing is pointless or whatever, and how useless this whole effort is. And Naruto goes, "Wait, but why would that old man do that? Or why would he have lied about something?" He has a moment where he literally just yells at someone he doesn't know about someone he just met. And I got hit with a fucking shotgun blast of, this is a filler. When Naruto takes a boat to the Tea Country, meets some random kid, and he goes, "Oh man, my village is so poor and we're starving, but I don't know, whatever the fuck, help me on my quest because there's an evil man here." And Naruto goes, "Oh, that's a horrible injustice. I need to help save you," right? And then he gets in there, and then the villain says some bullshit and goes, "Oh, this shitty kid was garbage from day one." And then Naruto goes, "I don't know any of you guys, but I feel bad because that reminds me of when people said I was shit. So I'm going to help you, filler country, and I'm going to save everybody, even though I barely remember what your names are," right? That he has one of those moments where he's yelling at the god, and none of these people were known to him but 5 minutes before. And you go, this is canon filler. This is completely like him in any filler episode, except it's the real ending of the story. They kill the god, who cares? It doesn't matter. And then
like Naruto never actually matures past "I was lonely as a kid, fuck you," ever.
It eventually becomes, "But I had you though, and now you've turned away, and I'm never gonna give up on you, even if I have to kill myself. I'll never let you go. And Sasuke's like, get the fuck away from me, leave me alone. And Naruto's like, no, I will not leave you alone. I will change you. I will fix you, or I will die trying. I'll kill us both. I don't care. It's the most abusive, fucked up thing in the world, dude. It's psychotic. It's psychotic, right? And then when all is said and done, the infinite Tsukuyomi has begun. The world is already in this fucking Genjutsu paradise. And they beat the big bad and everyone is still locked up. And then Sasuke and Naruto are standing there and they're like, well, we need a reason to do the final rival battle, but they don't have any. Then Sasuke just goes, yeah, you know what? I've decided, right? Because earlier on, he had a moment where he's like, oh, because they team up at the end, right? Because he's like, I want to become the Hokage.
Right.
And everyone's like, what the fuck? Get the fuck out of here, asshole. Right?
He never cared about that, ever.
And then you have Sakura, who had her moment of being like, hey, Naruto, it turns out I really loved you. Ha, 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 ha. And he's like, you're full of shit. You belong to the streets. You know? And so now when it all comes back around, this other girl, Karen, who was on Sasuke's team, who, by the way, is literally, she's a hostage, and he shoots through her to get to the bad guy. And she has a moment of, oh my God, what? And everyone goes, holy shit, what? And he does a shoot the hostage moment, right? The actual Kaiser Sose. The actual Kaiser Sose. The I don't give a fuck about my peoples. And it cuts to his face being super fucking lost and evil. And that girl gets saved and then sees him and goes, oh my God, no. But he's so cute though. I'm still worried about him. And like, it's, again, you want to talk about abusive, insane shit. The attempted murder doesn't matter because evil actions plus hotness, morally gray.
He's pretty.
So at the end, Sasuke's like, I need a reason to fight. Fuck it. Revolution. I don't know. What? I'm going to create a revolution.
I'm going to burn the world down for no reason.
I'm going to become the Hokage, and I'm going to kill all the other Kages and villages because I don't know. He doesn't know. He doesn't actually understand or have any real motivating point. But he just goes, I'm going to do it. And then Naruto's like, I got to stop you.
Genetically evil brain, Wooly.
And then Sakura is like, I love you, please don't. And then he goes, oh, you're so annoying. And then he turns around and he fucking like flash step Falcon punches her, by the way. And this is the point right before there's like, this is leading not too long, like 10 minutes later, there's going to be a setup for them to become a couple. He Falcon step flash punches her in the fucking gut and knocks her the fuck out. Just straight up, right? And goes, you're annoying, and walks away from his future wife. And then Naruto goes to fight him. And then they fight. And I'm like, okay, listen, so this is going to be a big old crazy flashback moment budget fight. And I'm sure on a level of like straight up technical, it's going to be cool. And it was. It was that 133 shit, right? It was 133 shit redone, and then they keep cutting back and forth to it, and all that stuff where they clash, and then it creates like another reality weird sphere thing.
But they're fighting for no reason.
And so I'm doing it, but I'm paying attention. I'm like, what are the words you're going to have for each other at this point, right? Because I will accept nothing outside of complete and utter exhaustion, or even... like, again, I rewrote it in the moment myself. I think I said something to the effect of, like, if they both agreed that they're like, hey, man, look, at the end of the day, we had our differences. You want to be Hokage. I want to be Hokage. I don't think I can trust it to you, so we got to prove it with battle. I would have said fine. But instead, it had to go to this insane, non-fucking threat. And so they're fighting, and Naruto and Sasuke are saying literally the exact same thing they've said the entire show. There's nothing new to be said. There's no new perspectives. It's just, I'm your friend, idiot. I'm going to save you. And he's like, don't care about me. Shut up. Leave me alone. I hate you so much. I'm going to kill you. And by the way, if either of them dies, no one can be freed from the infinite Tsukuyomi. They both are halves of the hero, and they have to put a seal together for everyone to be freed. So they literally are fighting and like, nah, I'll fight till I die or till I kill you. And he's like, I'm going to kill you. And they don't care that if either of them dies, that would be the literal end of the world, by the way. So at one point, Naruto gets beat and drops in the water, and Sasuke thinks he killed him and goes, yeah, ha, I did it. And you're like, you just ruined the world. And he doesn't really give that much of a fuck. And then Naruto has memories of all of his friends. His friends such as the Kyuubi and Obito. Right? And I bet you if you freeze frame it, Orochimaru is in there somewhere. Picking him up.
Those
and
were
pushing him
times.
Out of the water, and then they fucking have their big final clash, and then they do their Rasengan, Chidori versus Rasengan, and they blow their arms off. I didn't know they blew their arms off. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Good for you, idiots, right? And then eventually Sasuke's like, oh god, fine, I lost, and then everyone's like, yay, and then they hard cut to a conversation where Kakashi, the Kokage, is like, hey, so you know how you did all those crimes and you were a big old ninja Al-Qaeda member, and how the moment you go missing, you're supposed to be executed on sight, but actually we're going to let all that slide because you helped us in the final battle at the end. So it's all good. It's all good, bro.
Oh, okay.
No problem. And then he winks at Sakura, and that's that. And then, like, and
Sakura's free to, get pregnant with the person who beats her and doesn't love her.
Yes, absolutely.
Because he's hot.
Abuse wins. Not to mention, of course, that earlier in the story, Orochimaru, who comes back, right after the Itachi fight with him, because by the way, Itachi's he's the only solid dude, and he's dying words are, Sasuke, could you stop being a dick? Be chill. His dying words are, Sasuke, chill the fuck out, dude. I love you. I'm out of here. Chill. And Sasuke like takes that and goes, I will have no chill. And then Orochimaru gets ripped. He brings Orochimaru back. And Orochimaru is basically like, I have no way to win any of these fights, so I'm just along for the ride. I'm here to watch. And Kabuto comes back, and Kabuto at that point is just as bad as evil as Orochimaru, because he uses all of Orochimaru's powers to literally create the zombie army that they fight, by the way. He was the one resurrecting everybody. So he too has a body count of thousands on his hands. But hey, he got caught inside the Izanami counter, and he was then forced to see the error of his ways, and he has a tragic past where his glasses came from a nun when he was an orphan, and after acknowledging his tragic past, he found himself. He was freed from the you are stuck in this. Imagine if you got hit with Gold Experience Requiem, like Diavolo, but if you changed your way of thinking, you would be free. So eventually, guess what? He changes his ways of thinking and he becomes free. And so he's hanging out, and then you're like, yeah, okay, well, tons of bodies on your hands, tons of blood on your hands, but whatever. It's cool.
I don't actually have a problem with having to go to purgatory and having like your evil burned off like that and having like a genuine change, if being in that is like horrible.
Well,
I'm going to assume that it was real bad in there.
Perhaps, but I mean, we don't know how, but like the time frame in which we were given was that he was going to be stuck in there for what feels like an eternity. And then he shows back up, I don't know, maybe like a week later. Where we're
okay.
So, less than a week, probably a couple days. It wasn't that bad. Whatever the time it took for Sasuke to join the battlefield and then Kabuto to show up later. I don't know, but it was hours. It wasn't even a day. Hours. He was in the loop for hours, and then he comes back. So there you go.
Oh wow.
He had a couple hours to go. Oops, my B. So we let it rock, you guys, and it all leads to a point where I'm just like, in conclusion here, Kishimoto. I'm like, that thought where you're just like, who hurt you? Who was the friend that left you when you were a child that never, ever acknowledged
Never
you?
called you again.
And you have so many words for them, and they've left you on read. And they didn't block you, but you can see that they've read your big messages, and they're not acknowledging your existence in any other way. And you're just like, God damn it, let me get my final word in. And they won't let you.
And you're like, I'll forgive anything.
You know?
If you just talk to me.
He was obsessed with someone at some point, because the level of obsession that comes from Naruto's persistence is so insanely unhealthy. And it leads to, I see what people are saying. I'm going to get
I'm looking it up right now. So and you keep going.
It leads to Sasuke having a moment where he's lying on the ground with his arm blown off, where it looks like he's reading from a script that says, Naruto, in the end, I was wrong. You were right. I should have listened to you the whole time. You were there by my side. You cared for me the whole time. I don't know why I didn't see it earlier, but it really was always about you. And for that, I am sorry. I accept your friendship. Right? Like literally the kind of message you read with the energy of there are dudes there are dudes standing behind you ready to cut your head off. Read this message. Fucking insane. And he just like, yep, okay, this is the words I'm gonna speak in Sasuke's mouth, apparently through the words of his brother, is what I'm seeing here. Apparently, him and his brother had a falling out.
Who is also a manga artist.
666 Satan. I do remember that.
His older twin brother.
Yeah, he had a manga that he tried to get off the ground, and it didn't really go anywhere. But I do remember when the other Kishimoto showed up. So whatever the relationship was, if that's what it was, then so be it. But it really just screams, I will not let go of someone who doesn't want anything to do with me. And then this manga is a way of forcing that person to say, I am sorry. It was you. You were right. I was wrong. And so that you can sleep at night. And it's crazy. It's so unhealthy. And you get the glimpse of the future where, hey man, Boruto's hanging out and Sarada's hanging out and Orochimaru's kid is hanging out, and you're like, oh yeah, okay, no, he's fine.
You mean his clone?
Whatever it is. All of his fucking shit doesn't matter. We don't care. Because the puppet master had a puppet master, and that puppet master had a puppet master, and that puppet master had the real puppet master, and the real puppet master was not even really a person so much as she was an entity. Kaguya is not even she's not even a person. She's just this weird alien thing that barely talk. Like, she talks, but they don't even treat her like, they treat her like a force almost, because she gets to take all the blame on her, if anything. But then it turns out that she was literally running from other aliens in space, and when they landed on the moon, they created a whole colony there that led to, of course, the Byakugan, and that everyone who has eyeballs that are special in this world is literally descended from an alien. But, you know, that's neither here nor there.
So I have a question that I'm pretty sure I know the answer to, but I want confirmation because you've been digging. Everyone had a puppet master, and that's why they get off, right?
And no one is allowed to take responsibility for their actions. They have to have a source of why they did the wrong that then absolves them of the wrong and puts the blame on the other person. As going up an infinite chain.
So what is Orochimaru's tragic backstory puppet thing?
I don't know. Apparently,
is it because there isn't one?
I don't think there is. I don't know. All I know is he was a shitty kid. He had involved. He was involved with Danzo at some point, but we never got to see anything that shows you Orochimaru's tragic swing story.
People are saying, alternatively, his parents died or nothing.
He was just evil.
He's just evil. All right, I have a follow-up question. Wooly, you can answer this, and I'm also asking chat.
Like
also.
Danzo.
Does he even apologize once?
So again, going off of what I've seen on camera, he has a fight where he's fighting alongside Sarutobi, right? And I don't recall ever seeing an apology. I don't recall ever seeing an apology, but the closest thing you get to one is in a fight where he's side to side with the third, and then basically he's going, it's interesting to see how this will all play out. I am glad that I'm still alive, that I can see how this will play out. And then Sarutobi is like, oh, even though my student got lost, it sure is nice to fight alongside him once again. And that's it. The end of his sentiment is, well, I want to see how this goes. And that's the closest thing to an I'm sorry you get.
And they just let him go.
They let him go. He's good to go.
He is, from my knowledge, and I've dabbled in this shit, right? As far as I'm concerned, he's actually like the worst out of all the villains because his goals are so transparent. It's like, I want to live forever and I'll do whatever I need to do that.
Well, that almost makes him the simplest.
Yeah, but like he does like they're so he's so evil. He's so laughably evil.
Oh yeah. Danzo is really fucking garbage though.
But
Danzo is the straight up like
gets away with it.
Danzo is the like, how quickly can we murder these babies? Right? It's not enough that we get it done. We need to get it done efficiently because we need to get as many baby murders in on before the clock is punched.
But like he's the worst one. And his goal is obvious, and he never apologizes, and they let him go for what appears to be no reason. And in Boruto, he's still doing it. And everyone's just cool with it.
Sure.
Because
there's a really interesting moment, by the way, in the story where, because they never really acknowledge that while the end of the world is happening, literal ninja Ragnarok is going on. The moon has turned into the infinite Tsukuyomi. We are all at its behest. They never really acknowledge what's happening to, the rest of the countries, including the fire country, because ninjas are all hidden in the leaves, or hidden in the rocks, or hidden in the sand, or hidden in the mist. They're just little small parts of these larger countries that have their own economies, leaders, worlds, and samurais, which Sasuke...
And they're real countries.
Real countries, which Sasuke murdered a whole bunch of cops, by the way. A whole bunch of samurai cops.
Yeah.
Just like that for no reason. So he's got a body count. There's one moment where they meet the leader of a country who's just this apathetic, meh, I don't know, who cares, I'm bored. Like, full on, like... fucking bureaucratic autocrat, right? Bureaucrat / autocrat. And like they just kind of have a moment of like, yeah, these people are like, they don't care about what's happening here, but the stakes they're fighting for are like, they're summoning meteors to crash into the planet. Like, it is becoming Genova. It is becoming the fucking absolute end of the world. And it's like, yeah, the ninjas are having their little scrap over there. Who knows? They never really acknowledge what the hell was happening outside of any of this realm, Dude, there's so many fucked up things about this story. The forgiveness angle is one that I'm like, I always get yelled at whenever I misattribute chalking something up to like cultural differences, but I can only think of cultural differences being a part of why forgiveness is such a problem in Naruto. I think there's something about like...
Well, that and personal history.
I have no other idea what to peg it on, because it just seems like the willingness to forgive horrible atrocity is something that that might be a cultural thing that is okay. That, I guess Kishimoto's cool with.
Kishimoto sounds like the kind of guy who would deny like Japanese war atrocities right up until the point where someone shows him a video, and then he's like, but they realized that they felt bad about it on their deathbeds when they were 85 years old.
Yeah. That's basically the direct analogy.
We have to forgive them.
That's basically
we have to.
The direct analogy I drew when I was going through that moment, discussing it in the thing. It's just like, there's something here about people doing horrible things and then getting the complete slap on the wrist at worst, or absolutely no acknowledgement of their crimes as a standard, and we just move past it. Especially if it's
what's
a character that people, like.
It was really interesting. You look at a story like Attack on Titan, which uses a lot of like World War II, like Germanic, even pseudo-Nazi imagery, and is just gluttonous with atrocity.
Yeah.
Right? And the characters involved are all staring at a mirror going, oh, we're all becoming tainted garbage. Like, whenever this conflict is over, we kind of all have to die because we're all horrible. Like, even the characters in the universe are like, oh, we're not coming back from this.
In what?
In Attack on Titan.
In Attack, yes, exactly.
Like, the characters are doing all sorts of crazy shit,
yeah.
but none of them even attempt to justify their actions anymore.
So
they're just...
Yeah, no, and there's literal moments here that are you can draw parallels with fucking I think I said Operation Paperclip and Unit 731 are like these these moments in history where you're like, hey man, you did a lot of awful shit, really horrible things. Did you write down the results of your experiments? Sure did. Can I have those results? Are you gonna prosecute me for my crimes? Not if you hand over those results. Here you go. Clean record.
Thanks, Orochimaru.
Yeah, man. It is exhausting. It is exhausting. But you still get those nuggets of cool. I still like the fourth Hokage. I still think the fourth Hokage is the shit. He's rad. His abilities are great, and you get to see him using them in fun ways, even though his power-ups make no sense. You find out that as they were dying, they said to the third, to Sarutobi, please take care of our son. And he says, I will. Hard cut to Naruto on the streets being picked on and treated like garbage, while the third is in his big house with his big family, ignoring the child in the streets. He's like checking up on him in the crystal ball. He's fine. And he literally said he would take care of he said he'd take care of the kid to the dying mother, and then tosses him in a fucking dumpster and goes on about his life because he's got Azuma and he's got Konohamaru, and they're the real things that matter. Yeah. In the end, the only pure relationship is Shikamaru and Temari. And Shikamaru continues to be the best. He's got pure Legend of the Galactic Heroes energy. And I love him.
It's like, I tricked you, moron.
I didn't realize until I saw that post that Legend of the Galactic Heroes is a big old space opera starring Shikamaru. And that's why it's my favorite thing ever. The guy in charge is that. Tired, brilliant, and overall, like, pretty lighthearted.
Doesn't want to be there.
Yep. Easygoing, lighthearted, sarcastic, but military genius. Yang Wen-Li is Shikamaru. It's the best shit ever. It's the best. So take him out of the context of this show and put him in a series where the world is actually smart and good, and you get my favorite anime. Anyway, yes. And I've seen little clips here and there, and I'll delve in to fucking round out when I'm not sick of tired of this shit. But at one point, I saw a clip of someone where like Naruto walks home and he's got a little pot, and in the pot is the one tails, the Shukaku. Remember the thing? Remember that beast with Gaara? And then he shows it to his daughter, and his daughter goes, "It's so cute! Oh my god, I love it!" And the Shukaku is like, "Hey, put me down! Ha ha, lol lol lol." And he's got these cute little legs, and he's got these cute little arms, and he's got his cute little head sticking out of the pot. And he's a buddy, right? Because all the tailed beasts are buddies now, right? They all had their tragic past, and they're all friends now. So the one tail Shukaku is in the pot, and he's like getting hugged as a little mascot, like Meowth, by Naruto's daughter. Right? And it doesn't take a minute for it to fucking kick in that this is the same monster that threatened to murder everyone Gaara knows and loves if he ever falls asleep. So Gaara has to stay awake forever because the Shukaku will take to the point where his eyes are blackened like mascara, but it's not mascara, it's just bags, because he doesn't sleep, because if he sleeps, the evil monster will take control and kill everyone. This is the cute mascot that Naruto's letting his daughter play with. Lest we forget.
So this is the kind of thing where Naruto's been running for a while, and you get the feeling that Kishimoto just literally forgot that was a thing.
I don't think it's that he forgot. I think it's that he doesn't weigh sins. He doesn't think the past matters. Naruto chasing down Sasuke, no matter what evils and horrible shit he did, no matter how trash he was, is showing you that Naruto has a goldfish memory, and he's really just going forward on his feelings, and he refuses to accept reality. And the bad guy, by the way, Obito, is literally trying to change reality because his girlfriend died, and his girlfriend, fuck off, she didn't even like him. The girl he had a crush on that didn't like him because she, she like, Kakashi is the real man, right? She died, and he wants to change reality so that like it's like she never died then, and we can all pretend it didn't happen. And in the meantime, your main character is refusing to accept the reality that his friend wants nothing to do with him, is no longer his friend, and has become an awful person. And in the end, that persistence works out. As long as you're a chosen one. The chosen one is the most tired fucking trope of all time. I'm so fucking sick of it. And we can move on.
So Naruto's really good, and you should read it.
Sick. It's goddamn fantastic. Okay. I think I got that nicely summed up. Please look forward to the conclusion of Wooly versus Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 4, otherwise known as Back Out.
Yep.
That's coming up. That's continuing on Wooly versus, as well as Dokapon Kingdom. We don't even need to fucking get into it. It's the most stressful thing.
Is everyone still alive?
We're all alive. We're all stressing harder than ever. Like, winning or losing, we're all having these. Well, really, mostly me and Reggie. But Min he's not showing it. He's good at not showing it. But we're all having panic attacks. It's horrible. That's what's happening. And apparently, some people have started streaming Dokapon on Twitch as well. So hey, not only have I affected the price of the used game, but people are getting in there, so that's fun. That's fun.
Congrats, you've ruined society.
We'll see. We'll see. That continues over on Wooly Versus, and we'll also be starting a new LP as of Monday. As of Tuesday, which is tomorrow, because like I said, we finished up Naruto, so we'll be starting something new. And we have checked in, and it looks like it is all clear and safe to resume KOTOR 2. So we will be resuming KOTOR 2 this Wednesday as well. We have given it well past any sort of clearance time you're supposed to give it in terms of recovery and such. Ultimately, it looks like
is it even confirmed what V was sick with?
He did not have any. He did not have any fever. He did not have any sort of direct symptoms. He only had flu-like symptoms, and those were basically the CDC recommendation is that you give it 72 hours without symptoms, and we gave it 3 fucking weeks. So at the end of the day, we're looking. Looks like we are with the all clear. So that will be continuing as well, and all the usual, all the good stuff over on Wooly Versus. So you can check that out over there. Twitch, Twitter.
Hey, before we get into news, do you mind if I take a bathroom break? Because I need to splash some water on my face because that shit just kind of sucked my soul out.
No problem. That did take a while.
That Naruto shit is just damaging.
Yes, and
they just let him. Hey, I have a question. I have a follow-up question before I walk to go take a peek.
Sure.
Like a year ago, when you started to get back into Naruto, I think I said, dude, they just let him get away. And you were like, I have an inkling.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Did you think I was talking about fucking Orochimaru?
Yes.
But did you think they would just let him get away for no reason?
I mean, it's psychotic, but at that point, they're chasing down Sasuke still and trying to forgive him. So... You know what I mean? Like nothing's outside the realm of plausibility.
To me, I mean, you just talked to me for like an hour about dumb bullshit, but nothing I have heard can top like they just let him go.
Yeah.
No
swing, no swing,
no reason.
No swing music, no sadness and sorrow, and like that did take a while, but you have to understand this was a very long journey for me. Very long journey. If I'm not mistaken,
I'll be back in a little bit.
Started fucking 3-4 years ago. So, all right, BRB.
I gotta empty my PP.
Not a problem.
I'll see you guys in a second. How do I do this?
Button.
Where's the? No, there it is. Okay.
Hello.
Hey, Wooly. Let me ask you a question. As we get into news, which I'm gonna go news, right?
You're doing the telecom character, like noise, right? Like
yeah, that's my idea. But it's melded into trash,
right,
over time,
like the news jingle. Yeah. Okay. What's up?
Yeah. So there's a big news story this week.
There's a couple.
I think
There's a couple of talkables.
I just have to ask, why is it that in the company of Justin Wong, Ultra David, Broly Legs, In Vain, Ricky Ortiz, SEO, Perfect Legend, Meister, Ace King Offsuit, Apology Man, Big Bird, Jeff the Hero, Harada, Young PTK, and Maximilian Dude, am I being included as part of the FGC and you're not?
Because I had no take on it when that happened.
Why didn't you have a take on it?
Oh, it's fine. Whatever.
I FGC outrank you now.
There you go. No, that's your first.
What are you doing?
What are you talking about? That's your first Event Hub story. I've been on Event Hubs many times. Did you not know that?
I'm sure you were, buddy.
Well, I got my late take. My late take.
Yeah, was it that shrine that you tweeted? Because that was pretty funny.
Powerline adapters, baby. There's what you got.
Did you build that? Is that yours, or is that
No, I
like
bought
an image
these.
you found?
No, I bought these.
Oh man.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
You got the candles and all that shit.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, no, I did that. That was a setup.
Yeah, solid.
You know, since it's pretty hard to get materials these days, I had to look around the house to see what type of decorative items I could use, and the little flowers and wheat were, you know, they were the only ones in the house. Those were the ones that Steph preserved from the field where I proposed. So you know, I'm like, hey, let me just make sure to keep these away from the candles and not burn them down for the meme.
Yeah.
Let's not burn
Don't
away.
burn your house down for memes.
Let's not burn away the house and the sentimental value of these flowers. Let's not roast them down for the dankest memes. I didn't. But
it's a pretty dank meme.
Yeah. So in any case, that's the Evo Online news
It's time.
It's popping off. It's happening.
I feel like you and I have been prepping for this news story for like 3 years.
I mean,
we've been complaining about fighting game online forever, and now, oh my god, now everyone has to live it.
So, you know, the way that this is going to be going down, of course, is going to be not considered official, right? So the first thing you gotta realize is no one's gonna take this as a official Evo, even though it's got the name on it. They're gonna do everything,
even though it's the most official Evo.
Even though it's the most official it's ever been, this is going to be put out there as a fun replacement event. Don't take it too seriously, folks. Why?
Bullshit.
No, it's you know, and
it's the first Evo.
It's all been in preparation. This is the real one. Evo starts now.
Listen, the spirit of Evo is an open tournament. This is an open worldwide tournament.
Evo begins at quarantine. Yes. Okay. We've been waiting for the shoe to drop on this one for a while because they've waited really long into this.
Yeah, really
to
long.
Announce that Evo was being canceled, and I guess they wanted to confirm the online component. But Evo was announced to be canceled for 2020, and it will be replaced with an unofficial online event. So This is definitely going to be. It's a fucking blow up no matter what happens, because you gotta call
So sick,
because
dude.
you gotta call it unofficial, because the genre has not lived up to a quality that supports an online official event. There have been online official events, but most games cannot do these. Some games can.
So
most games can.
I'd like to drill down with slightly more specificity on your statement. The genre, in specific cases, has lived up to the promises of an online tournament. However, none of those games
Yep.
are the ones that are being played at EVO this year.
Yep, you're right. You're right. You're right.
Including one, MVC 2,
Yep.
which is unbuyable currently.
The genre has solved these problems. They have been solved. You're super right. The flagships and the banners that represent the most popular games in the genre are the ones that are failing. And that exposure has never been more real, has never been more hard. You want to talk about a punctuation at the end of the rollback sentence that has been the news stories
been growing in power this year.
We've been covering for 12 months now. This is the fucking exclamation mark, right? Now you want your fucking now you can't leave, right? Now you can't play offline.
You're stuck in here with me.
Now you're stuck in here, right? We told you to leave. You didn't want to leave. Now you can't leave. Right? Now there is no offline. Now you gotta play online. Did you do your due diligence? Right? This is a judgment day of your game's netcode, and it's coming for us all. And it'll be very clear, because we don't have to pretend.
Very clear.
We don't have to pretend we don't know what's up. It'll be very clear that, like, most of the most popular games are going to be absolute shit shows of events. Anything on that main list is going to be in trouble, with the exception of those who have, done their fucking homework. Like, again, MK has good online. It works. They built a system that works.
Thank God MK11 is going to be there this year.
Well, and as I was talking to Reggie about on stream, the resurgence of Killer Instinct, Skullgirls, and Them's Fighting Herds, which is now out of early access and full launch.
Congrats 1.0. Good job, guys.
They made it. Congrats to Them's Fighting Herds. Main 6 did it. Good guys. The games where the netcode works suddenly have all the relevance in the world. And suddenly, all the endless, annoying chatter that would come from your Sajams and your Ultra Davids and, I feel like we yelled about it for quite a bit. And, like, anyone who understands in your Keats and your Bestabons and you know what I mean, like Mike Z.
You would usually say
all
that
of
this
these voices
kind of situation puts it under a microscope or a magnifying glass. Right? That's the expression you would usually use. This is the Hubble Space Telescope,
exactly,
pointed at this problem.
And now all of these individuals, Max standing loudly with the fucking blaring speaker, going, "Holy shit, we have an answer. We have an answer."
Mike Z put out a goddamn, like, treatise on fucking Wi-Fi just a week ago.
It was super ghetto, filmed in his room, low light, but he explained exactly why wireless is always bad. It doesn't matter how fast your connection is. It matters that it
doesn't even matter what you're using it for.
It's that it drops. It's consistency, not speed. A huge thing that people still don't understand. And, when I see those threads of, like, explain it like I'm 5, it's like, yeah, like, people really need to have this broken down, because, they don't always share and get around. The word doesn't get around. I mean, that Keats video traveled. It traveled pretty far, but not far enough, apparently, So All of this comes to a head now where you cannot ignore its girth nor its gate. You cannot ignore that you made a game, you didn't give a fuck, or you just ignored it, or you just did things the way you always did. Your online sucked, you made no attempt to address the complaints people have been making for months to years about your game, and now, when EVO needs to work online, it's going to make your game look like shit. And it was your fault.
This is incredible catharsis, because we've been complaining about this for a long time. I've been complaining about it since I had to play Third Strike on the 360 emulation, like forever, right? It's so stupid. But the problem was always, first of all, not a single one of these games is from anywhere but Japan this year at EVO. And Japanese devs go, it's fine. They shrug and they go, it's fine, right? And I feel... Maybe it's ignorant of me.
The decision makers.
But the decision makers. I feel that the reason why it's so easy to shrug and say it's fine is because it's not visible. People complain, right? People get mad. Maybe even sales go down. But it's not like everyone sees it.
Pat,
right?
Do you remember? Sorry. Go ahead. Finish your point, because They're
going to see it now. That's all. I had one more sentence. This is unavoidable to watch. It will be very, very visible.
You see that clip where the official Nintendo Smash tournament has some fucking lag in the middle of the match, and they cut away to the announcers going, "Oh, looks like we're having a little bit of an issue here, but don't worry. This is only happening on the stream side of things. That's just our production. The players are still playing with no interruptions whatsoever, so don't worry about it." And they literally just lied to you, pretending that the players weren't lagging in game, saying that the players are experiencing
for every game, for every match.
It's psychotic.
Like the top 3 games at EVO this year are SF5, Tekken, and Smash Bros. Right? It is astonishing to me because all 3 of them are going to fall apart in different ways. SF5 has the netcode rollback shit done badly, where many, many matches in top 8 are going to be teleporting shitfests. Unwatchable garbage. Tekken 7, their top 8 has people from fucking the west coast of the US, Korea, Japan, and Pakistan with delay-based netcode. You're going to see Earth Wind Godfists come out, and you're going to wait for 5 seconds to see if the fucking guy dodged it before it happened.
Not unless
And then smash. Fucking smash. If the connection's bad enough, it'll fucking drop you and replace you with a fucking bot. And that bot could win. That bot could win EVO.
Not if you pray and retweet my holy tweet. Not if you retweet my holy tweet. Then you're covered.
No internet in the world. No netcode in the world. No fucking connection is going to make Tekken 7 from motherfucking Pakistan to San Francisco work.
I want to give a hearty shout out to the Kill Sage, FGC God, who said on April 26th, "Today in Skullgirls, I played some people from Canada, Europe, Saudi Arabia, and Brazil. The netcode patch is excellent. Join us."
I am shaking with excitement.
I don't know if you heard.
My hands are trembling.
I don't know if you heard, but they found a way to make the netcode in Skullgirls better. I don't know if you heard. But they literally went...
I literally didn't.
They went, oh shit. Yo, we can make this rollback even better. And they fucking patched it, and they made it even better, dude.
You know what the best part
it's insane.
About net play is for Skullgirls and fucking Killer Instinct in particular? those games in the FGC like mentality or zeitgeist or whatever, they're old and they might as well be dead, right? I bet you $100 if I loaded up Skullgirls right now, I would be able to get into a good match in less time than it would take me to get into a match in Street Fighter V.
Yes, that's the nature of good netcode, is it doesn't just mean the matches you play have a better consistency and quality to them. It means you can match up with more people. By making the matches more consistent, you can open up the amount of people you're allowed to connect to.
Which means a community can survive on, what, 2,000 worldwide
much
players?
less than usual. 50 dedicated motherfuckers that want to hold a game on their back but can't connect to each other.
Forever.
Can't do anything.
Yeah.
So when you talk about visibility and the nature of how you can out of sight, out of mind, a problem in development, it really is interesting because like it's almost a little bit of like, remember when we'd hear about like garbage news from like Atlas and their treatment of the UK?
Yep.
Forever. And
there's a recent guy on Twitter complaining about the Sega just forgetting that Nordic countries exist.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, all of those issues are these perfect things of just like, yeah, like, fuck that region, right? It's not, whatever, we're dealing with this and we're dealing with some of that and whatever, It's
Hey, I'm going to do an impression. Are you guys ready for my impression? Here's me pretending to be every single video game developer that's not CD Projekt for the past 20 years. All right, here it goes. Hey, Poland, suck it. That was my impression. Thank you, everyone.
Damn. Polish was a list on the Nordic languages localization QA that we would do. It was there. They did have it. eFigs D, PPSK, But anyway, so you have these little things where they just like out of sight, out of mind, these areas. And for the longest while, they would have, you'd have these fucking devs that were just like, yeah, this is our way or the highway. This is the way we've always done it. You know the deal. We're repeating the same information at this point. Seth Killian came out and told us, guys, they just don't really want to play along. They don't care. They have a way of doing things that's rigid and you can't really penetrate it. It takes a while to convince them of anything. What do you want me to fight for? And so, when it came
people stuck in their ways,
decision makers, that force others who, can try their best to convince, but they won't get their words across. And look, when it came down to ArcSys, we literally found out that they were arguing with each other. The people making decisions had more sway and were basically saying, no, we're going to do the net code we do, which is delay based. We're going to stick with it. It's fine. They saw no problem with the way things have been done in all previous games. They saw no issue with any of the other games at the moment. They're the decision makers and they're like, yeah, we're doing what we've always done. And like internally fights were happening, and you made a tweet to the effect of like, oh, to be a fly on the wall, when
my tweet that was to be a fly on the wall when people who said it's fine watch their games literally fall to pieces on the biggest stage they could ever be on.
I would love to hear like the energy that the few that are fighting for net for fucking rollback.
There are assuredly some people at Capcom, at ArcSys, that are like you think we're getting excited to be proven right?
Exactly.
Imagine being the guy get in a meeting screaming at someone in Japanese.
The annoying guy that they're so sick of that is trying to get the right thing done so that the game is better. And they're not listening to you, and now this happens, right? It is totally your day. It is absolutely your victory to have when this all falls apart.
Hey, guess what? That guy, whoever the fuck it was, whatever group of people it was, it couldn't have been one person, right? At Arxis, they won their battle, but it wasn't guaranteed to go forward, right? This Evo with fucking Dragon Ball and Grand Blue just falling to shit, they're good. They're locked in.
So
their decision will have borne fruit.
The one guy was probably not one guy. It was likely a group. And that group,
5-10 people.
That group of people at Arxis were able to take the sheer numbers of surveys filled out at Arc Revo and after the beta and coat themselves in an armor of it and go into those meetings. They built a fucking power armor out of the amount of survey results they got because that shit stacked to the ceiling. Everyone made sure to say rollback matters, netcode matters, right? And let's not get it twisted. The people responsible for making this survey certainly had questions laid out in such a way that these points could be made easy. You understand? Sometimes when you want to ask an audience something and make it very clear to a negative authority what your point is, you want to, I don't know, maybe lead the witness a little bit, and you kind of lead the audience a little bit by going, hey, here's a nice big old question for you. How important is netcode to you? You know what I mean?
I like your phrasing as coating themselves in armor, right? There's an old phrase in like an old legal phrase that is the law is a shield, it's not a weapon, right? Those surveys and that feedback, those were shields, right? That's so that they could get in to that meeting and not get dismissed out of hand and actually get their point across.
Look how many people care about
the videos of Grand Blue Fantasy versus top 16. That's a sword. That's the ability to walk in and start losing your mind and start going, I told you, you motherfuckers. I fucking told you.
I mean, Reggie came on and talked about how his copy of Grand Blue, he tried to play with a dude in fucking Montreal Nord and couldn't get a decent match going because it was not fucking, it just didn't work. And it's like,
dude, I was going to pick it up just to fuck around with it and realized I probably would never have been able to get a good match and just like,
it's so stupid.
This isn't even the like, oh, I want a game to get back into fighting games. It's like, no, I was literally going to be like, I would have picked it up for like an afternoon, right? And be like, oh, cool. And I'm like, oh, I'm not going to get that afternoon. I'm not even going to get like, fuck.
I mean, we say it every time. So, God bless if you're sick of hearing it, but it's 13 years old. It's a solution that's 13 years old. And we're still here. So so here we go. This is the punctuation. And hopefully, I am rooting for catastrophe.
I'm rooting for like
that.
So I want
the ashes.
I want commentary.
I'm rooting for catastrophe so that from the ashes is born a new understanding that we need that to stop. We need Evo 2020 to go as poorly as possible netcode-wise for games that are still on fucking delay-based to make the point clear. And I bet I'm not the only one. And I bet there are players out there that who knows what they might do when streamed on a live match. Maybe make a point of some kind.
Anything is possible. Okay.
Get your lag switches out.
There were
Oh,
a
no.
lot of amazing takes from the Evo 2020, but I think what might be the best one is, I forget who was saying it, but it was like, I hope the guy who made Tiny Ryu with infinite meter wins Evo.
Yes.
Right? Like,
yes.
like 8-inch tall Ryu with infinite meter.
Tool assisted for grand finals. Tool assisted for fucking grand finals. Absolutely.
You know what I want to see? I want to see fucking Jay Wong and whoever the fuck else, and I want to see someone pull a cord and have the match go, oops, no winner.
There was another fuck. I don't know who.
Gotta do a do-over.
There's another tweet I saw where it's just like, can't wait for grand finals featuring Low Tier God and Ceroblast on alternate accounts.
Yeah, why not?
You know, who knows? Who knows?
How the fuck are they going to police multiple entries?
Well, hey, buddy. Notice I said unofficial.
Yeah.
There, you can't. It's done. It's unofficial. It's funsies.
Oh my god.
It's funsies. All right? That's what I'm getting at. How you can't...
So I'd like to announce, by the way, I'm going to enter Evo this year.
Well, I'm saying you can't, dude, like, there's no, anyone that's like, no, it's going to be official. It's like, how are you going to make it, how are you going to prove that somebody didn't pass the fucking stick between rounds? You know?
You can have a video of every person.
And that you upload to slow down the connection further?
What are you going to do?
Put more, you just can't, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's done. It's done. It's done, dude. There's those hot potato videos of people playing in Marvel where like they tag out and tag characters and then like literally swap, you know, one character.
Yeah, that's cool.
You literally are gonna have that shit. You can't fucking stop that. This is funsies. It's nonsense, dude. It can't be possibly official because people competing from their couch cannot be regulated in any way, shape, or form.
There's only one thing that takes the wind out of my sail on this, because this is, I will be very honest, this is legitimately the most excited I have ever been for anything ever relating to fighting games.
Sounds like it.
Ever. Like, there's no like this is the most awesome, hilarious shit ever. The only thing that could make it better is if one of those 9 games was Skullgirls or Killer Instinct,
so that you get the contrast,
so that you could see it.
Yep.
So everything would be falling to pieces, and it'd be a nightmare shit show.
And
then they cut to the camera showing the KI tournament, and it's fine.
Yep. The clear answer is there in the games that work. Yep. Totally.
And it's fine, and there's commentators, and they're just chatting, and it's normal. You know?
It's a world that, like, you're allowed to be as smug as possible if you made those games, because you're just like, yeah, I don't know what the rest of you guys are doing.
There are tiers of smugness here, right? We're on tier 2. No, we're on tier 3. Tier 1 is Mike Z and the Skullgirls gang, the KI gang and the MK11 gang, the Power Rangers Battle for the Grid people, the Cannons, etc., right? People who fucking did it and it's done. Then you have the Arc System people who were like, fucking do it, you pussies. And then at tier 3 is the people who've been beating the drum outside the business for however long.
I mean, if you want to give it a tier 4, it's the cannons that invented it. You know what I mean?
Well, no, I'd put cannons in tier 1, right?
Yeah, okay.
Because tier 4 would be somebody who owns the Red Bars Go Home t-shirt.
Right. But it's psychotic because it's like literally it's like the cannons, the people, the Evo makers are also the people that made the solution and
You know what? No, they're tier
watched
0
it get ignored.
because they made it and they're running the tournament in which they're forcing people to look at how right they were.
That's what it's crazy. It's crazy right now. They made the answer and now they're staring at the results of like just stubbornness where it's like, you could have used our fix. You could have used it, you know?
Do you think they're going to be smug enough to come out and be like, you know what would be the dunkest dunk ever? Invitational or closed beta for the fucking League fighting game alongside Evo broadcast.
Probably too soon for that, but it would be a pretty slam dunk.
That would be like a fucking knife in the ribs.
Anything, honestly, any game that would get high profile coverage that has rollback would stand apart. That's it. Any game that you know.
Okay, so what do we got? We got MK11, got Skullgirls, we got KI, we got Power Rangers Battle for the Grid. We have that fucking wacky animal fighting meme game.
I mean, so MK
we got them fighting herds.
MK is a weird one because they're not rollback, but it works nonetheless.
But it's good.
You want to talk about
Last Play 2 in there?
Last Play 2 got in there. Mark of the Wolves got in there. MVCI got in there.
Yeah, Marvel Infinite. Nax is beating that drum real good.
Yeah,
right now.
Fight of Animals, all of them, they got in there. Yep. Sam Show 5 got it updated as well. A lot of retro games got it in there. You could just run it. Man.
It's the best. It's the best outcome.
Oh, I'm stupid. I was wrong about MK11. It is rollback.
Yeah.
For the longest while, I completely misunderstood that. Sorry. Okay. So, yeah, you just get them all lined up, and you just show off, like, good Evo Online. Evo Online. It Works edition. Yeah. And it really is, like... It's strange how hard that line is drawn between the West and Japan. Western games and Japanese games having just...
It's like it's different industries. It's like there's no overlap at all.
Fucking a chasm, you know? Yeah. So, that's what's up. We'll see. We will see. All right. Well, let's get through a couple of other stories going on right now. What's up? I'm glad you're glad. I'm glad you're having a fucking blast with this.
As of May 8th, 2019, the new update is here on Steam. Some God Raptors adjustment, and we changed our netcode from delay-based to rollback. That is from the Fight of the Gods Twitter.
Yeah.
Fight of the Gods.
The guys, Fight of Animals?
Oh, that's the same people?
Same people.
Oh, wow.
Same team. They put Fight of Animals works rollback, and then they went back to Fight of Gods and they put it in.
Wow.
I mean,
Thanks for rolling back, Jesus.
First version of it didn't have any netcode, so yeah, totally.
Incredible.
Totally. Hearing good things about that Battle for the Grid update. I'm hearing good things about it. I'm hearing Power Rangers is getting fucking sick. Apparently, the game is looking mad nice right now. So.
Oh, thank you, darling. Appreciate it.
So anyway, I think that point has been made, and it's very clear. I really do want this to be the what the fuck was it called in V for Vendetta? The man from the room from whatever room?
I don't know. Sorry, I didn't see it.
The man from room 5. I want the man from room 5 to happen where the whole thing burns down, the lab burns down, and the fighting games all roast, and then out of the ashes, a rollback based game just rises up and goes.
I got it. I'm good. I'm all right.
Just burning. Make it happen. Right. That scene is so fucking intense, dude. Okay, look, so we got some other news. Let's roll with it real quick.
All right, let's do it.
Step 1, this happened actually last week. But have you heard about Wastelanders?
No.
Wastelanders is the new update to Fallout 76.
Oh, that.
That is the new update that fixes thousands of bugs, as far as I'm to understand, and introduces a bunch of new content. Yeah, well, hey, we don't talk about the database. We just say lots of bugs fixed. However, unfortunately, alongside that major update came a clock reset because a new major bug was found. According to reports from some players, some NPC companions from Wastelanders are stealing weapons and ammo off of dead players.
And you can't get them back.
If a player is unfortunate enough to be killed next to an NPC, there is a chance the NPC will steal the dead player's equipment and use it for themselves without the option to take it back. This can be seen as a major inconvenience if players were to lose rare or powerful weapons. It's not exactly clear what causes this to happen. They're looking into it.
Okay.
Clock reset.
Good. You know, it's funny because a friend of mine, Quiet Shy, recently did a video on Wastelanders. I don't think she ever did one back in the day. She does a lot of Warframe stuff, but she also dive into garbage and watch it break. And as the video starts, one of her co-conspirators, DK, points out that there's no way for Shy to communicate with anyone in that game because it only has voice chat. There's no way to type anything in that game at all.
It's mic only. Wow.
Mic only.
Wow. That's fucking...
So if you happen to be mute or otherwise unable to speak for whatever reason, go fuck yourself.
If this bug were happening and enemies were robbing your corpses after killing you,
you could get them back.
That would be a really interesting, almost intended feature.
Yeah, it would be cool.
It would be a cool feature to look at if that was what was happening. But in this case, it is friendly NPCs ganking your shit.
Yeah.
And too bad for you.
By the way, I have a bonus follow-up for that audio thing. I don't think the bug is still there, but there was a bug that Joseph Anderson and Mandalore described in Joseph Anderson's video on Fallout 76 way back that killed any potential chance of me ever streaming it, even as a goof, which was the server crashed on them, and then the game crashed on them, and the fucking program was dead, like it was gone, right? But voice chat was still on.
Wait, the game crashed, but they were still
dead,
able to chat.
And there's no push to talk, so it was global.
And so there was a background chat program that was completely separately. Fuck. Oh, that's terrifying. That's so bad. Oh, that's really, really bad. Wow.
Can you imagine how scary that would be?
That's fucking terrifying, dude.
And there's no push to talk, so chat's on all the time.
And like what if no one told you? Holy shit.
Say
if you had headphones plugged in, so that it's not coming through your speakers, but your mic is just going. Game crashes. All right, fuck that. I'm going to bed. Wake up the next day.
Chat. Oops.
Oh my god.
I think it happened to Code Carnage as well, in which there's a clip of him playing the game, and I think he closes the game, and like a girl starts talking to him.
Oh my god.
And he's like, "What the fuck?"
No, not okay. Not okay. Not okay. Fuck that. That is more than enough for me to be like, I am never installing that, even if I wanted to.
Oh yeah, never.
Like that
I might stream it for a goof.
Just
right?
That's psychotic. Like under no circumstances is this to be trusted. Holy shit. Okay.
I just spilled water on myself.
Other week old story that hit the desk that a lot of people saw. I think there's a lot of new folks that were not around back when we were talking about things in relation to this story. Call of Duty Warzone is making suspected cheaters play together.
Yay!
Infinity Ward put out a tweet where they were talking about their new measures being introduced into Call of Duty Warzone. Players in Warzone and Modern Warfare who report suspected cheaters will receive in-game confirmation when a player is banned. And there's additional security updates and things to match, and updated matchmaking to match cheaters together. So, those who fuck around continue to play with other people who are fucking around, and they go to cheater jail. And that's
great.
Awesome. Huge fan of that. Not the first time this has come up. Those who remember,
I did something like that.
Exactly. Right? Those who remember 4 years ago, we talked about Killer Instinct and its rage quit jail. When you rage quit too many times in KI and it detects that you have incomplete matches, you go to jail, and jail stops you from entering the killer bracket. It stops you from going to the peak of the leaderboards, where you have your top 32 people fighting, and it forces you to play against other people who rage quit as well. So, congratulations! If this is how you want to have fun, you can have fun in the special mode you've unlocked by being a piece of shit with other pieces of shit. Have fun together. May you never win. Or lose. I would even go as far as to say, why not even just have a cheater mode on, where people can just enter cheater mode and they can cheat.
Yeah, cheater Olympics.
Just have a little separate like lobby, and have and just go, hey, you want to play the game? You want to cheat? Right over here. Have fun.
Here you go.
And then you go in there, and then you play a couple matches, and then you go back to regular mode, and then you start doing your bullshit, and then suddenly regular mode goes away, and now only cheater mode's available.
Ah, crap.
So right off the bat, oh, this is where I am. I'm not allowed in here. I can go play the other room. Hey, man, you can still get to play your game. No problem. Enjoy it with others who think exactly like you. Face yourself. The true self. Your shadow. I would definitely love to hear what people who cheat would think about that. I have an idea, but I have
an idea.
I would like to hear, like, how people got, when the fucking deliciousness that is the salty forum posts of banned cheaters and rage quitters and such. Whenever we get to read those, it would I would love to know if they see being matched up with other cheaters as any different from being kicked off of a game. Is there a difference in perception where, for example, instead of being angry at the company for making them no longer be able to play the game because I have a busy life, I don't have enough time, I just wanted to enjoy winning. God, fuck you for making my game no longer work. For example,
I imagine the statement would literally, I didn't buy this game, or I don't play this game so I could play and not win.
Right. Sure. Right.
It's my right to win.
So if someone else were to encounter that exact person that says, I agree, I too play this game to win, and I am against you, so I'm going to win, what does that person then respond?
Hopefully it escalates to like a fist fight and they both fall off a cliff.
It's, you know, I'm one of those people that is like so fascinated with following the illusion until it's forced to face reality or break. So I want to know what the internal logic becomes. You know, if we Shutter Island these people, we Shutter Island them, we take them through every single step along the way, and we go, all right, you've cheated, you know you're cheating, you want us to let you cheat. All right, don't ban you from playing the game. Let's keep you in the game. All right, we're going to let you play.
Wooly, you dramatically overestimate people's like reasonability.
No, I don't. It's the opposite. I know how unreasonable they are, and I know that it's so stupid it's not even worth delving into, but I would like to know at what level this type of person, I would love to know the nuances where there would appear to be none. Do you know what I mean?
There are no nuances. I can tell you right now, because you can just look at the non-cheating version of this, which is, fuck you, bitch, you trash, guy who lost.
Like, I want to see, I bet you there's only two flavors. I suspect. For most people, you're going to either get absolute anger and rage or LOL, fuck this game anyway, right? Because it's either absolute frustration at not being able to win or absolute apathy where you don't care about anyone else's experience in the game, right? Mm-hmm. So, like, rage posting and or lol are the two valid outcomes here. I would love to see just like is there any degree of variability in this at all? And if not, then there isn't, you know, but I would be satisfied either way. Fuck it, let them suffer. Let them suffer in different ways.
Yeah.
Start
or we
by
just send them to regular jail.
Start by putting them in netcode jail, and then start making their weapons a lot weaker. Start making
it just, but slow,
very slow, like very really slow. You start making their hurt box bigger.
Oh my god, no, Wooly, this is no. Fuck it. Don't make them play with cheaters. Let them play with everybody else, and just like slowly weaken them
and
weaken them until to like offset the cheats, and then more, like, so that it's
you can't tell the guy has to be playing in the same way that like you're artificially boosted in Gears of War when you go online. In the same way, you need to slowly make those bullets do less damage, slowly make those shields and or health take bigger hits or regen slower, slowly make the hurt box on you bigger so that
somebody in the chat suggested artificial leg spikes.
Yes where
you're lagging out but everyone can just shoot you,
getting shot rounding corners before you've rounded the corner. Absolutely. Just more and more little bullshit moments.
If they detect the cheat and you become within line, because you know those cheats that they aim button, they lock on. So if they detect that you're cheating with that, if you become within line of sight of another player, you just die
at level,
and then it fakes a kill cam that they killed you.
No. You see, where I was gonna go with is at level 4, you will take damage from a random direction when no one is around you at some point.
Oh, no one. Just no one.
You will just, an invisible bullet will come from a random direction and hit you and not kill you, but just get you, like, looking around going, what the fuck? Right? Put you on alert. You will take some damage from behind. And you'll just be, and that's it. And like, no one's around, no one's nearby, nothing has changed on the map. Eventually, the map starts lying to you. Eventually, the map is no longer real. The dots are completely in the wrong place. Your own team members are the wrong color.
You go up to a truck and open the door, and then your character falls through the map.
What is wrong with gaslighting these people? What is wrong? Why just kick them out or stick them in jail? Why not have fun?
Imagine if PUBG, like, it took like 5-6 minutes to get into a match, and then you got into like that test feature, and then like the frame rate started to die and the game would crash, and that would happen over and over, and you're like, oh, this game sucks. It's like,
dude, at level 7, the countdown to start the game for you is slower than other players. The literal countdown is fucking slower.
Do you there's actually a couple instances of this occurring, not in multiplayer games. Were you aware of oh god, what game was it? It was Arkham Asylum. When Arkham Asylum came out on PC, were you aware of what was going on?
No.
So the devs put up a pirate version of the game. And if you downloaded it, the game was missing grapple points.
Oh, I think I heard about this.
And it was like wildly incompletable.
Yeah.
Like,
okay.
Like areas were impassable.
Yes.
Like the game was garbage.
Yes.
And you saw people on the forums just like, oh,
what the fuck? Sucks. I can't believe this shit is so stupid.
I can't grapple this.
Yep. Like, and then the devs are just like, you got.
There's a version of Serious Sam where if it's a pirate version of the game, like an unkillable enemy spawns in every level to kill you.
Dude, it is the ultimate Gotham. There is no reason we can't play with our food. And the concept has now been christened gas lagging.
Gas lagging.
That's it.
Did you invent that, or did you see that in the chat?
Nope. That was pure audience.
Okay,
that was the universe. Gas lagging.
You guys did it. That's incredible.
People need to start with jail, and then we go from there. Jail was just the beginning.
We let you out of cheater jail.
Jail.
We let you out. Everything's gonna be fine.
Jail was just the beginning. Beautiful. It's oh.
I got a non-scientific anecdotal test for my Skullgirls example. Guy on Twitter ran a spot test for Skullgirls versus SF5. Skullgirls was set to any region, and SF5 was set to only 4 or 5 bars. Skullgirls took 25 seconds to get to character select, and SF5 took 50.
There you go.
Straight up.
Yep.
I hope you enjoyed my anecdotal, completely non-scientific example. Thank you, Calder. Appreciate it.
Deadly Premonition 2, A Blessing in Disguise, launches on July 10th.
Fucking sick. There's a good game to play. Maybe. Probably not.
Will it?
It'll be fun, though.
It'll
be fun, though.
Is that the truth, or did you just lie?
I lied.
This may be an untruth.
Hugely lied.
Direct sequel to Deadly Premonition 1 takes place in present-day Boston.
But it's also a prequel.
Venture back in time to Le Carré.
Do you remember that it takes place in fucking the apartment from D4?
No.
It's fucking dude's apartment from D4 that they're hanging out in Boston. So this is likely a sequel to D4 as well.
Hey, in the game, how do they pronounce that?
And pronounce what?
The square.
The square?
Le carré?
Yeah, probably. I don't know. Le carré.
I assume it would be Le carré. Yeah, Lucario. No, I'm just reading it says Deadly Premonition, a blessing in disguise as a sequel to Deadly Premonition, takes place in present-day Boston. Through unique storytelling, venture back in time to Le Carré and uncover the mysteries buried deep within the once peaceful town, serving as both a sequel and a prequel to the original DP. Follow Agent Davis and Jones as they begin a new investigation into the Le Carré serial murders. Through the memories of former FBI agents, go back in time to Le Carré and step into the role of Special Agent York to begin unraveling the mystery. Le Carré.
I hope that game's great. And also bad.
It will... Yes. Yes. You see that trailer? Assassin's Creed Valhalla?
Yeah, man.
Ask Creed Val?
Cool. Yeah. Skyrim gets another release.
Listen, dude, I have to say, right? There is melancholy that this timeline of setting jumps was not what we got immediately after Ezio.
Yeah, I agree.
I wish we jumped immediately to Egypt and then to Greece and then to fucking Valhalla, because that would live up to the promise that we kind of thought they were going for, and it would have kept, something going. Perhaps fatigue would have kicked in anyway, but it really just sucks, man, that like now they're doing it. The last 3 games have been drastically different settings from each other, but
this is the era where Assassin's Creed takes 2 years to come out, and the games are much better for it. So I'm glad that the games they really worked on, and gave the time to, are the ones that have the setting shifts.
Could you if it was AC1, 2, Black Flag, and then fucking
Egypt,
Odyssey.
Yeah.
What a fucking franchise.
That'd be cool.
What a franchise.
Yeah, that'd be cool. But then again, we thought America would be cool, and that game sucked ass.
Yeah.
It's more about the game than the setting. So, I mean, Odyssey and Origin were really good. Didn't even come close to finishing them. They're too long, but they're really good. I feel like they are like a couple control tweaks away from making that game play really well. So I'm glad that the next shot is in a cool setting.
So the little big old CG trailer that they played, to show you, to introduce the world of Vikings into Assassin's Creed, and they have a nice proper up his own ass holy war fucking Templar talking about the barbarians and all that shit, as we see them going to war and and then the parts of me that liked the promise of Assassin's Creed, this is what fucking sucks, because it's almost like Naruto, right? The parts of me that likes the original little the little gotcha. When the battle is happening, did you watch it? The trailer?
Yeah.
When the battle is happening and the dude gets up and looks over and he sees a hooded figure, and then
who is that?
And then a bird flies away and he goes, "Odin is with us!" And I was like, oh, the fucking, of course, robed assassin not an eagle, but if you go with a raven, you can totally think they'd be like, it's Odin.
Yeah, you did it.
Odin assassin. Yeah. And then I was like, that's good. You did good. Yeah. Nice tie-in. Bird, Odin, assassins. Stabbing. You figured something out there. And then whatever, and then it's like.
So I have to say something about Assassin's Creed, which I think is hilarious.
Yeah.
I saw that bit and I had a very similar reaction.
Yeah.
And then we have a bit where our hero,
the
Viking man, is fighting the Centurion, big British dude or whatever.
Yeah.
And Assassin's Creed has become so far away from what it used to be.
Yeah.
That I was standing there, I was watching it, I'm like, oh man, how's he gonna get out of this? And then he stabbed him in the face with the hidden blade.
Yeah.
And I didn't know what it was for a second. It literally took me a second to realize, like, oh,
yeah,
right, Assassin's Creed.
So do you know that moment happened for me way earlier in the trailer? For me, that happened when I was watching it, and you see the Vikings on the boat, and they're sailing. And then, like, they're building up and doing their thing. And the music is just kind of, like, instrumental. It's swelling up.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think it might have been maybe 15, 20 seconds in, you get the breathy female vocals going, hey, hey, hey. And I'm like, oh, God, we're doing Western trailer thing. We're doing E3 fucking trailer thing. Right? And I'm like, you couldn't have just not done that, please? We couldn't just make music that fits the setting and call it a day? We're so done with the breathy female vocals, and it kicks in almost immediately, and I went, Assassin's Creed. Here we go.
I really like how they announced this game. I think it was a really neat way to announce it. Did you catch the stream they announced it in?
No.
It was like, I think it was the lead artist for the game went onto YouTube and streamed himself painting the poster for 8 hours.
Oh wow, that's cool. That's pretty cool.
Like, okay guys, here's the new Assassin's Creed game.
That's a fun way to do it.
And just starts drawing the box art / poster.
Nice.
And it's like, oh cool.
Yeah.
It was Boss Logic. Oh, damn it, I'm stupid.
Hey,
I hate being so stupid.
Boss Logic rules.
Whatever. I have a cat.
To think he fucking came from doing those what was it called? Was it Shaolin Showdown? Not Shaolin Showdown. It was these tournaments, these Street Fighter tournaments. There's something Showdown that slips my mind right now. And he did the posters for them. And then he did like a bunch of Street Fighter art, and then just became this fucking dude that was making official posters for Marvel and for UFC. And it was crazy. And I was just like, man, this dude, like this FGC artist, almost just Shadowloo Showdown. Thank you, Shadowloo Showdown. Just kind of built up his fucking rep from there, and now he's a goddamn pro. It's awesome. Yeah, man. The other thing in the trailer was, you see them like walking by, and it's like they slaughter the innocent and they have no discretion. And then you see like a mother and child are running away from the village, and the Vikings like, go on, get out of here, hurry. And I'm like, yeah. Well,
I'm really interested to see what.
It's a Viking.
Like hyper-specific 5-year period they're going to use to like dance around what a bunch of scumbags that part of the world
all remember when the Vikings went to the women and children and said, get out of here, hurry, quick. We're only here to burn the village and the men.
Like, I forget, like they're basically they're going to be dealing with a British monarch of the time.
Yeah.
Who I forget his name, but he has like the Great as his subtitle because he was like friend to the commoners and like a grand noble king, and he's being like Alfred the Great, and he's like evil here because he's fighting your characters who are in pillaging England. Like what fucking like game of historical Jenga are they gonna have to pull?
I don't
Like-
think we're going to see it. But if we see a black Viking, I will give you this $20 in my hand. I will give you $20 if a black Viking appears at any point in this game. Even if it's like the side quest guy, and even if they have a really good explanation, even if they have a Yasuke style explanation for why he is there, I will give you $20.
Mm-hmm.
That is a one-sided bet.
Why do you have an American 20?
It was nearby.
Oh, okay.
I keep, because you know how when you like, I don't want to keep
you
changing.
come back with this worthless money.
And then it's like, you're like, do I have to fucking change it back? And you're like, no, I'm gonna keep it.
I'll just save it for next time. Yeah.
Because that annoying dude at the airport is always really shitty about the currency exchange. So, yeah. I don't know, dude. Anyway, we'll see where it go. But the idea of get out of here, kids, get out of here. It's just like, right. Just, mercy and pillaging, I believe it was called. That's what the Vikings did. It was all,
yes.
A Templar fucking propaganda piece.
Oh man, those Templars. Jerks.
Well, anyway, not much to this one, but it's kind of crazy that it happened. Biggest leak in Nintendo history. Massive dump of documents that basically show everything from the Wii era source code, block diagram data sheets for every console, going back to the creation of the Wii and 3DS era, DSi as well. Documents, planning implementations, APIs, the full SDK, iOS implementation as well. Basically, every official document that we had doing our jobs back in 2004 to 2006 was dumped online. And alongside that came like some wild ass shit like Space World 99 demos. Debug builds of Pokemon Blue and Yellow, source code builds, Gold and Silver source code, internal lists of everything Nintendo had up until that era. 3DS document. It's crazy. Basically, everything from mid-aughts and before Nintendo has been dropped online, and so, it's fucking, that is a wild security leak.
I'd say it's one of two things, but probably both things. One, people's home computers are not as secure as the work computers that they usually work on.
How about that?
Especially when they're having to do work from home stuff. I was talking to a friend of mine who everything runs like shit when he's working from home, because the company is very serious about their security. So when you send anything to a coworker, it has to go back to the server at the office and then back out the other side to somebody at home. So like it's secure, but it runs like shit, right? People who are not doing that, And I'd say the second thing is that now that people's shit is not nearly as secure as it used to be, it's a great excuse to just fucking throw all that shit up there and be like, oh yeah, man, work from home. It's crazy. Oh man. Whoa. Must have hacked it from somebody. I don't know. Whoa.
I mean, there are, well, yeah. It's like you
have no idea how that shit got out. That's crazy.
Well, there's different ways to do remote work from home. You're either working on something that is remotely attached to the server or your intranet, or you can just do screen share and remote desktop viewing. But in either case, there are absolutely security risks. There's Earthbound 64 footage, dude. Like crazy.
Whoa, that's
crazy shit. Things that were like teased on kiosks, that were only ever little demos. Like Earthbound 64, Like there was just like that fucking a couple of screenshots and that one weird old trailer from I think like a Space World or something. Like unbelievable, you know. In any case, I can say that like with most like with fucking I'd say like 80 to 90% certainty here that this is the type of leak that calls for a massive restructuring of everything security wise at Nintendo.
Or open book.
Open book.
Just tell everybody everything.
Well, I mean, shit. Like the only saving grace here is that this is not current. But it's still,
you know, I don't get it, man. Like, I know some friends of mine who are like, oh, it's a bummer, all this leak stuff. It's, you know, everything's getting leaked. And all I can think of is like, fucking sick. Leak everything. I want to know about games that are going to get canceled for sure. But are still technically in development.
Okay. Allow me to take the boring, healthy middle here. That is measured woolly take. I wish there was more transparency. I think there is a gulf of appropriate ground we can land on in between showing off old shit transparently and not putting out source code. I think source code leaking for a game is extremely wild and extremely not good for that company.
I'm going to shrug and be like, okay, some fucking 14-year-old Pokemon games got their source code leaked. Who get like...
Yeah.
What a disaster.
No, I know. I get it. And it was apparently it was through the IQ system. It would be. But I get.
Dude, what if Scalebound,
exactly,
fucking playable demos for Scalebound just came out?
Exactly, right? Something that'll never happen otherwise? Fuck it. Why not? It's over anyway. Sure. Please do. And people are going to reverse engineer those old games to hack them to turn them into whatever the fuck they want anyway. You know? I mean, look at fucking Mario 64 or Mario Odyssey 64. Someone made Mario Odyssey inside of Mario 64. It's crazy. But, yeah. I definitely think that it would be cool to have more transparency about canceled projects. You know, even if you don't want to talk about like why we decided to cancel it, or if it's embarrassing to say that we spent money on a thing and then it wasn't very good, so we canceled it. That's not, you know, that's not something that like sounds good to say, but like, yeah, just be, you know, it'd be cool. It'd be cool. But
you know how many fucking Capcom prototypes hit garbage cans? I want to play all of them.
I wish. I really wish. When it comes to canceled shit that we're never gonna see, I'm all about it. But like, please let us get the whiff. Let us know. I want to touch all of it. Dude, I would fucking kill for like half an hour on Capcom Fighting All-Stars. Just give me 30 minutes on that game, man.
I feel like Capcom canceled like a total of like 50% of all the games they fucking started work on in that era. Like the PS2 era. It was so ridiculous. I think there are 5 Resident Evil 4s. 2 of them came out.
Yeah. It's kind of wild. Of course, you know, again, the nature of leaks is that they always have different sources and or backstories behind it. In this particular case, again, it seems like it came through IQ. So
I don't know what that is. Is that Smarty Pants?
The home video game console that was manufactured by IQ, a joint venture between Nintendo and Chinese-American scientist Wei Yan, after China had made claims of banning video games. Okay, it was the N64 for China.
Oh, wow. How the fuck does that link up to all this shit?
I think it's because they shared information. Because it was basically It was basically like a unique console that was made for that gen, and they shared with them like dev information and games and things that would come out in 2003
Whoopsie
era.
doodle.
So that would make sense.
Mistakes were made.
Mistakes were made. Anyway, so there's all that. Couple of quick things here to just touch on. So we talked about how those Ultimania books were being translated last time, the moment, the exact moment that we were recording.
Yep.
And they have now had about a week to translate a lot of the Ultimania FF7 stuff. So to
basically confirmed everything that Max said.
There's a lot of that. There's a breakdown of the visions that Cloud has throughout the game, and the exact nature of those visions. I'll say that,
including the guest appearances.
And there's two things. One, a confirmation that this game was in fact the end of the compilation of FF7. So
told y'all last week.
Took a long time to get here, but this is absolutely what was supposed to be the end of that original compilation, as well as a another confirmation that the second part of this game is in the current stages of planning. So they're not a bit. They're not sitting on it immediately.
Yeah. It'll be a bit. It'll be quite a bit.
If it comes out, could you imagine it being announced for next year? Like, wouldn't that
there's a weird interview in there where they're like, if we make the next part really small, we might be able to get it out in 2 years.
Well,
everyone's like, no one believes you.
Stop. Please stop.
This is such an obvious lie. Why would you do this?
Yeah. So the like, if I saw something like 2021, I would just immediately be like, fuck off with this. Like, nobody wants this. Please let it stay in the oven for more than 12 months.
I'll believe 3, but only if the fucking scope is like toned down.
Well, look, you just finished telling us all about Resident Evil 3. And how that was a remake of the third game built on something that was established already, but it's a short ass, not as fulfilling.
They cut just a bunch of areas.
That's like, not good. That's not fun at all.
Yeah.
So take the time, man. You know,
like we can sail past Fort Condor. That one sucks, but I mean the rest of it.
I want to know what the beach is going to look like. I want to know what it looks like to stand and have a casual conversation with Hojo.
And his girls.
Just fucking sitting in the sun. Casually.
Oh, man. You know, there's a lot of fucking goofy shit in FF7. That, like, after playing FF7R, that one stands out like a fucking brick to the... like, it's so weird.
Or because
he's just chilling on a beach with girls, and you walk up to him and you guys are like, ooh, I hate the part where you tried to get my friend raped by a dog monster. Ooh, okay, bye.
By the way, her mom's dead. And he goes, oh, what? Wait.
Crazy, man.
She died? And you're like, what? Wait, you're hunting down this girl and going through the whole thing of, her DNA and all that shit, and you didn't even know that her mom was like, what? Anyway, wacky
details, man.
Wacky. I'm expecting there to be some sort of like, you're walking through like a fucking skywalk, and you look down at the sand, and he's there, and you guys go, what the more? And then you get there, and he's gone.
Like, put some guards. and like have Aerith like get pissed off.
Guards is not enough. You'd fucking you'd cut through those.
Have it in a way that it's like, dude, no, come on. If you go down there, they'll catch us and it'd be a big fight.
Something.
So just go.
Something. I honestly, it would no, but like guards is not enough of a disincentive.
Have Roche sitting on the fucking patio next to him.
Fuck it, why not? But it can't it can't just be, we're not gonna go over here, guys. The guards are saying no, because you will combo the shit out of them in a heartbeat to get to him. It needs to be him in the distance, and when you get there, they're gone. It needs to be ridiculous in that way. I will not accept anything else, you know. Or yes, just put a small fence in between them. Plague, yeah, exactly. Right?
Oh yeah, done.
A little bit of Dark Souls rubble.
No, man, here's what it is. Roche is like there. Those two are chilling with their girls on their arm. And Roche sees you and he waves. He's like, hey, man.
Yeah. Or you don't even really see it. You just, you go through the area and like you see, like on a TV screen, you know, here's some footage of our like loyal customers that love it, and you see like Hojo there in the background being like, what, don't get that camera out of here, you know.
Nah, man, he mugs for the camera. He's like, this is my favorite place to get data on vacations,
you know, whatever the fuck. And that's it. It's just like Hojo was here once upon a time, not right now though, because that would be stupid.
All right.
And lastly, we got a 2-piece and a biscuit here. Got a little combo going. First, we have a rhythm first-person shooter where you have to fire your weapon in time with the beat.
It's called BPM.
It's called Gun Jam.
What?
What?
I thought it was called BPM.
It's called Gun Jam. What are you talking about?
What?
Huh? No, it's a bit.
Okay.
That would have been really, really funny, but unfortunately, I know what happened here. There are 2 games announced at the exact same time. They're the same concept. One of them is called BPM.
Fucking God. Yeah,
bullets
I'm looking
per
at
minute,
the video now.
And
Jesus.
the other game is called Gun Jam. They were literally announced on the same day. The exact same type of game on the same day. A first-person shooter.
Terrible.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Gun Jam is one. BPM, bullets per minute, is the other. Yep. Check them out.
Ridiculous.
Check them out. There's Steam trailers for both right now. Like we talk about the whole like weird similarities like with
they look so similar too.
Yeah. I think personally BPM looks like it's hitting it a little bit harder.
Yeah, me too, but Jesus Christ.
It's
yeah, definitely give more attention to either of these than you would otherwise to offset their terrible luck.
Yep. Very unfortunate with that. It's a little bit of that Infamous versus Prototype problem, but Infamous and Prototype were similar-ish.
Once you actually played them, you realize they were very different. These look exactly the same.
These are conceptually identical.
It's, oh my God.
I think
that's so fucking nuts.
Personally, I think BPM looks a little cooler.
Me too.
Just on a trailer level, I like what's going on there a bit more. Feels like they've figured it out a little bit on a reload to the beat level, shoot to the beat level, everything. That's pretty fucking sick. Pick your Valkyrie. Yes, similar in synopsis. It's wild. It's wild and it's unfortunate. But that's how it happened. You know.
Hey, do you think FGC Dad listens to the podcast?
I doubt it, but God bless FGC Dad.
Because he just put up a fucking official lineup mock-up of EVO 2020.
I fucking love FGC Dad.
Fighting Herds, Fight of Animals, Skullgirls, MK11, Goro, Kill It KI, Power Rangers, Rival of Aether, and Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite.
Yes. Satsui no Dado.
Great minds think alike.
Rivals of Aether,
fan
baby.
of the podcast.
Rivals of Aether. Good shit. Yo, FGC Dad rules. Give him a follow if you haven't. Life advice and fighting game metaphors.
Or fighting game advice in life advice metaphors.
There's that too. So yeah, we got Gun Jam, we got BPM, and I really do wish if I could edit reality that we both only heard about the opposite ones and had to play a little bit of who's on first.
And we had like a moment of like genuine confusion.
Who's on first? Yeah. But instead we get to move on to the third of the combo, the Biscuit. An FPS game called Ultra Kill. It's retro style. Take a look at the trailer. You'll notice two things about this game. One, it's retro. Little bit of that dusk kind of
my
vibe.
God, it's PS1 retro.
But there's something very important happening in the right-hand corner of the screen.
I don't see anything.
When the gameplay starts?
I'm watching gameplay right now. I'm watching 31 minutes of the game.
Oh. Well, the trailer I saw showed off the game starts, Ultra Kill, title kicks in, gameplay, style meter pops in.
Oh, that's good.
FPS with a style meter.
I think what might be the wildest thing, this is the first game I can think of ever to simulate the PlayStation 1's inability to fucking place textures on the Z-axis. Because it's got that weird ripple alongside all the lines that PS1 games have. It's fucking goofballs.
I would like to see...
I'm sure there are others, but it's the first one that I can think of.
The concept of a style meter in a first-person shooter is something that, like, I think I brought up at some point, jokingly mid-LP. I want to see what S rank looks like, and then I will cement my belief. I need to see what S rank looks like, because I have what it looks like in my head, and it looks a lot like what Doomslayer does in a room. But I want to make sure that that's what they see it as well.
Yeah, I'm watching it right now. It looks like a PS1 version of what Doomslayer's up to. That's funny.
Crazy ass.
You have a tiny little punch arm.
Nice. Yeah. So that's what's up. So, just in case people missed it, those last couple games we talked about announcements-wise were Gun Jam, Bullets Per Minute, and Ultra Kill. Okay, let's take some letters.
Why would you emulate the way PS1 games do textures? That is the weirdest graphical anomaly ever.
Because that, too, is an era of nostalgia we can tap into.
Like it's so specific.
It's an era we can tap into. Dude, we talked about N64 3D. Like, there is a look to that. You know, there is a specific look to that. And it's not quite the same as FF7 old blocky arm look. It's a little bit different. People are made of triangles. It's a certain era, man. I get it. All right.
Doing emails?
Yes. If you have a letter.
All right. Hey, if you want to send in an email to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com, that's where you would send it.
Indeed.
Also, since we're in emails, that means the podcast will end in exactly 30 minutes or less because I am so goddamn hungry, Wooly.
All right, let's get to it. First one comes in. Arliss says, currently listening to your podcast from a few weeks ago, and we were talking about a theoretical shame button. I would just like to share with you that Burnout Paradise in 2008 built in a shaming feature. In an online race, when you do a takedown to another player who has a camera, it would take a picture of the player who you took down at the moment you took them down so you could see their pissed off face in-game. Of course, I'm sure
there's a reason why that feature did not gain more popularity.
Of course, I'm sure there's a way to prevent someone from aiming there's no way to prevent someone from aiming the camera at their balls, but the whole concept was pretty neat, especially for its time.
That's literally why the idea of playing with randoms, that and Uno, killed that idea forever, because there was no way to control what would show up on your screen.
I'd love to see the GDD description. The game design doc has a paragraph where it's the most wholesome, fun, like, get your friends photos as they're like, what? Oh my god, I can't believe you took me down.
The Burnout implementation was like extra stupid because it was people that would, in many cases, be pissed off that you took them down. And it would take a second or two for the photo to actually get taken.
Right.
So you had plenty of time to get taken out and then jump up and pull your dick out.
Yeah. Yeah. Takes a little bit more effort to get the full 180 to butthole.
Unless you were ready.
But if you were ready, you could do it easy. Yeah. So, you know, good idea on paper. No, not a good idea on paper.
I disagree.
No. failed in concept, failed in execution. Oh boy.
It always blows my mind when stuff like that happens, because you always think that somebody is like, dude, come on, right? Like no one in the room. And then I think about it a little bit more and I think, well, no, what actually happened was just pretend you don't know about it when you submit it to Microsoft, and so it'll be cool.
I mean,
don't worry about it.
That was a long time ago, before the idea of the sanitized game experience was fully integrated, I suppose.
I mean, I imagine somebody in there had that idea and either brought it up as something cool or realized that if they brought it up that it would maybe get taken out, and so was quiet. It was just a little bit extra quiet.
There's always someone on the QA team that knows. Always.
Yeah.
If there's anything I want you guys to learn from me talking about those days, it's that whatever you think was like a discovery was something that was in a database that just didn't get fixed.
Yeah.
We got one coming in from Lily saying, hey, Fist Lords, ever since the Arms Full demo, it's been my complete favorite fighting game. Among other reasons like 3D positioning and the aesthetic, I like that it doesn't have combos like other fighters. Watching Evo matches, especially DBFZ with such long combos, it seems counterintuitive. What does learning long strings of hard-to-do combos have to do with the mind games? I love the other mechanics in these games like cross-ups and parries and the like, and I even like the inputs. It's just the combos that ruin the fun for me. At least in Smash, I have a good combo game, but they aren't typically that long and they're easier to pull off. What do you think of combos, and do you think a game could be as popular and hype like big names without lengthy combos? Love and thanks from Lily.
All right, well, I'm looking at a combo mechanics video for Arms right now, so the game totally does have combos.
It does. They're high level and they're very short, but they do exist and you can do them. We went into them when we looked at Arms on our episode of Get Into Fighting Games.
So the answer to this is really simple. The big combos are there to reward the correct guessing or correct neutral game, and the difficulty associated with them means that it's not free.
Essentially. Another way, of looking at it of sorts is that there are games that are designed with no combos in mind. Samurai Showdown is a great example of a game where if you want no combos and you just want the reward of your decisions and or the punishment of your bad decisions, that's a game you're going to like a lot. It gets right to the meat of it. Combos, for a lot of people, are a fun challenge in addition to the layers of mind games happening, and they almost do act in most cases as a single player component to fighting games. There's a lot of people like the creative expression it gives them. Exactly, right? So for the reasons that we find Devil May Cry really, really fun, because we're just beating up on enemies that have tricks to learn, but once you get past those tricks, you can do a lot of really fun things, and by juggling them around and stuff, that those games are fun because of that. Doing combos on a training dummy can be really fun for a lot of people. So
Yeah, like there's a lot of Streets of Rage 4 videos coming out right now, which I played, by the way. That's good. I forgot. It's just good. But there's like touch of death combos in Streets of Rage 4 on certain bosses.
Right. So,
It's hilarious.
so the core of the idea here, Lily, is that combos getting done to you is not as fun because you're not able to play the game in those moments. And I can understand where that feeling comes from. But for a lot of people, the performing of the combo is a really fun thing to do, and especially if you've practiced it and you've created one that, like Pat said, it expresses what you like personally about your character. You find a unique flavoring that's your style. You put a lot of work into it, and like you can, stylishly, basically, you can add a layer of style to your gameplay. That layer of style means a lot to people because remember, functions versus functions is not something that is actually going to be commercially viable in many cases. Like the style, the way a game looks, the aesthetic, the feeling, a lot of that matters. And so the combos are a same part of that, not essential, but still aesthetic based content to the game that people enjoy.
Yeah, and it can be flashy as shit, or it could be brain dead. And the two that I can think of is like there are combos in some of the hyper games or anime games in which you are pulling a character from the top of the screen to the bottom and then all the way to the left. Like just there, you are beating them all the way around, and that's really cool. And then there are others where, like, Magneto got you in a corner in Marvel 2 and is just doing his launcher 80 times in a row.
Launch.
And
I mean, that's
associated with going, hey,
yeah, to your assists, exactly, right? Personally, I mean, there's some shit you see like Marlon Pie do, or like I saw a combo guy. I forget the player's name, but someone posted a Dragon Ball combo video where using Gohan, they combo the opponent in such a way where they literally end up behind them at points, and they end up hitting them from the left and the right just by using their aerial movement to get around. It's insane. It's so high skilled and crazy that I'm like, it's one of the most flashy, stylish things ever to see. Another thing is X-23 in Marvel 3 has something called the 300%. It's this really, really sick setup that lets you kill the first character and then have enough bar to do her dirt nap level 3 on the 2 incoming characters afterwards. It's wild. I'm getting into the weeds with this discussion, but the point is that every time we go look at the Twitter account, Sun High Legend, he has these really stylish videos you see of like combos in like Devil May Cry 5, and like that's something that feels good to do for players, right? So it is something that, while I saw someone say like, but that's selfish, right? It's the same idea of a Wi-Fi player that says, I want to have fun at the expense of the other player. No, because that ruins the entire game, whereas here, this is a momentary reward for doing the right decision, for making the right setup and reaping its benefit. You can remove them, but it's something that most players do enjoy, and that's why it is there. There are games without it, though. There are games like Samurai Showdown where it just comes down to, the few strong decisions that matter. But for the most part, you're looking at a reward, for that. So, and it's mostly style and aesthetic based, with the exception of Killer Instinct, where in Killer Instinct, while you're being comboed, you actively have to pay attention to the game, because that game has an entire subsystem of combo breakers, which mean you can interrupt what's being done to you, counter breakers, which mean you can predict someone interrupting you and lock them in harder, or shadow counters, which again play into the exact same setup where you're having a little bit of a rock paper scissors game while you're getting to know your opponent and how they choose to like read and break and extend their combos in a way. So you actually pay attention while you're playing KI, because that's an active part of the game.
So I have a video example that I put up on my Twitter at 5:57 p.m. on a Monday Eastern time. I put it up, and it is a Twitch clip to the person who wanted to know why combos can be fun on the podcast. It is a Twitch clip of a dude playing online against Big Band in Skullgirls.
Oh, there you go.
Only to get caught with a happy birthday.
Yep.
Have him be comboed into oblivion while Big Band literally plays happy birthday on the trumpet.
Exactly.
Nothing is cooler than that moment.
I got invited to join the band when I played Skullgirls last by getting comboed by Big Band, and then his last move pulls out the trumpet and goes, and then Aura's
tuba,
me,
tuba's
me into oblivion. And I'm like, I can't possibly hate that. That was the most swag fucking deal I've ever gotten. It was wild, That type of shit is so cool. It's why we love these games. It's expressive things in a fun and creative way. And I'm like, yeah, I couldn't interrupt that, but that was great, right? When you're playing, so I talked about combo breakers in KI, they're pretty simple. You just hit 2 lights, 2 mediums, or 2 heavies if you think that's the strength of the button you're being hit with. But if you're playing Guilty Gear or BlazBlue, a lot of anime games, there's a burst mechanic where while you're being comboed, you can hit a button to explode and pop out of that combo, but you don't get to do it often. You only get 1, maybe 2 per game. And you have to very carefully choose where to use them if you don't want to take the damage you're currently taking. So again, combos become an active part of gameplay when you're waiting to see when to use that burst. Because people who know you're going to burst can then stop the combo, let you do the burst, and then it fails. And then as they're in midair trying to get out of it, you either resume your combo, or better yet, you grab them as they're bursting and you do what's called stealing a soul.
Hey, Wooly.
Yes.
I have a follow-up that makes that happy birthday clip the most applicable clip ever. That happy birthday, the style from Big Band.
Yes.
You know what that's from?
Get into fighting games?
It is from, no. No, the original. Wooly,
The original. Okay.
It is from something called the Canopian Brawl, which is an online Skullgirls tournament.
How about that?
That was an online match with netcode solid enough to play Happy Birthday on.
Beautiful. So yeah, I hope that answers your question in a long-winded way, but I hope you kind of get the point there. But I understand where you're coming from, and I would say, yeah, there's games where combos are more exciting and engaging, but if you absolutely just despise them, check out Samurai Showdown. You might enjoy it, but hey, online.
And if you like some retro shit, maybe play Bushido Blade.
Yeah.
There are no combos in that fucking game. Combos are not allowed.
All right, real quickly here, Jeff says, Dear Castle Super Bork, I was thinking about games and shows that end where it could be self-contained, but it also could be a cliffhanger. You mentioned how Last of Us 1 ended in a way that didn't really require a sequel. I agree. I just don't know why. Same thing for stuff like the first season of Stranger Things, where we get that little moment at the sink. So it certainly implies mystery, and there isn't a super clean, victorious ending, but it doesn't require a sequel either. Could you guys help me think of a name for this and define it as some universal characteristic type of thing? Throw in more examples if you'd like it. I would go ahead and say that if you're it's not a real cliffhanger. It's a false cliffhanger. One might say it's a hill hanger. No,
I'd just call it an open book ending.
Open?
Like the book is open for more to happen, but it doesn't leave you hanging.
It's I guess, but the open book ending. The open I guess it depends, because the open book ending doesn't always have to be like I feel like the open book ending in my brain is more like, well, the world is ours. We've entered the new setting, and we can do anything, right? That to me feels like it works there, as opposed to like hard cut to a new threat. Hard cut to a new threat feels a little bit more targeted.
Well, yeah, that's a cliffhanger.
It is. It's just when it's like not really built up, and it's just that last second, yeah, like exactly begging for another season, forcing the production studio or the network, forcing the network to get people frothed up for another season of something. Cliff baiting is pretty good. Cliff baiting is pretty good. I like that. That works out. Cliff baiting works out because it's not.
That works.
You didn't set it up. You didn't set it up. It was an afterthought. You filmed it in post. And it literally could be removed take those 5 seconds out of Stranger Things, and you got nothing to go on. Yeah.
I wish Stranger Things ended after the first season.
I do too.
I didn't even finish the second season.
I wish Stranger Things changed settings and characters completely.
Yeah, I know. Everyone did. It's like a universal takeaway from it. It's super weird.
The best thing about it is the setting, not the specifics of the place and people.
Yeah.
Sorry, that came out confusing. The best thing about it is the themes, not the specifics of the place and people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like Fargo. Okay. And last one here. And this is one that came in
recently, I assume.
Well, it was supposed to make it to us a while ago, actually, but they messed up the email address. But this comes from an anonymous GameStop store manager.
I see.
Dear Super Beasties, I apologize for the length. And I'm going to have to self-edit out some of this stuff here just to be safe here. But catching up on the cast, so I know it's a few weeks old. I also forgot what the Gmail was, so sorry if I went to the wrong email address. Wanted to share my story with you as a store leader at GameStop in this weird-ass time. I'm going to block out locations and things and yada, yada, yada. Okay. Before I start, okay, so there were stores that were shut down based on outbreaks within them.
Mm-hmm.
And on Doomable Week, let me start by saying that the area manager was on vacation for a week at the point that the Doom Animal Crossing thing happened.
Of course they were.
Their promised care package never arrived. They were told to just get their own supplies when it was prime toilet paper hoarding season. Everyone was sold out. By Monday, it was already obvious that COVID was a thing. There's no restrictions on anything anywhere. Trades, masks, number of people in stores, etc. Literally everything except my store was closed in my county. Censored.
Yeah.
Had to close the day before, expecting all non-essentials would be closed as well. Me staring blankly at a pile of Wii's being traded in didn't feel like it was a closed county, so there being 120 plus pre-orders between Doom and Animal Crossing, I called my acting DM and said, hey, I'm not comfortable doing this release, and neither is my team, so I'm just going to release it on Friday. I was told that because it mandated or whatever BS excuse from corporate, and it was not my usual manager, so I tempered my emotions, but they're also the messenger. But then my manager, still on paid time off, calls and says we had realigned districts not 2 weeks earlier, says I'm checking in. I heard some concerns about launches. I explained how it's encouraging a crowd. It's unsafe, not requiring gloves and the usual things. He listened and then tried to tell me how much safer it was because you can control the line. I get that. I'm still encouraging a crowd. And this being a lower income area, people are very dumb and inconsiderate. I started getting a little emotional when I was met with what I felt like, go fuck your concerns.
Just do it. Just do it.
I said, if everything is closed, why am I still open? He asked if I wanted to close. I said, I care about the business, but at the same time, my safety and that of my team is 100% my priority. We're non-essential and the county is closed. And the response was, relax, the county is not closed. Let's not exaggerate. What else is closed? It's not everything. I responded with, do you want me to walk out of my door and rattle off a list of closed businesses? All, because I will. And at this point, a regular in the store is basically hearing me scream over the phone. It ends with me apparently having to do the launch no matter what. And after being canceled, the launch had finally been canceled by Thursday. After spending the week denying trades and encouraging online orders, despite that, I was told to get on a call at 9:30. I'm already at home drinking because I'm losing my mind. The store will be closing. If I want to be paid, I have to either burn through my paid time off or go on unemployment. Luckily, I have over half a month saved up, but everyone under me doesn't qualify for paid time off, or they're new and they don't have any. So I have to make this bittersweet call to everybody. I pride myself in building a small, tight team around me that cares about each other by setting the simple rule: if you're honest with me, I'll be honest with you, which makes it a little easier, but still hurts. Basically knowing everyone here is not going to be paid for 2+ months. Go in the next day for an hour, a few people, yada, yada, yada. Revoked, censored, revoked. Ignoring those details. Basically, everyone ends up getting fucked in the store. No care packages ever arrive for those that did not. When the main distribution center had multiple confirmed cases, they didn't do much. We talked about the care packages with the rubbing alcohol already and the hand sanitizer. Yeah.
They're evil piece of shit assholes.
Yep. And eventually I get a call to open my store. I'm at a crossroad where it is risk my life to get a paycheck, and I'm out of paid time off. Unemployment may have been a better option. So, now my store is doing online orders only. With or without a blessing, I turn customers away for not wearing a mask. This is still mandated. And my door doesn't unlock for anyone. They have to call service, and this is how I'm working for the foreseeable future. It only opens with and I slowly bleed product out. I'm the only key holder, so I will not reprimand anybody that chooses to stay safe. The situation is fucked.
Yeah, GameStop can't go bankrupt fast enough. Never buy anything from GameStop, people.
So bad. This is the story of people being exactly held at fucking, employment gunpoint.
Nice little human touch to what we already knew was fucking awful. Ugh. Sorry about that, buddy.
It's garbage. It's fucking garbage. I not only hope that, I hope that, God, it's like, I hope a speedy ability to get out of that situation and into better employment. It becomes available. It's not always possible because you never know what the circumstances are. You know what I mean? But dear God, does that company need to stop existing? And
yep.
Do these people need to find jobs where people aren't being told to put their fucking lives on the line?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this story was meant to come in a little bit earlier ago, as when the situation was hot, but as we saw it play out the exact way, this is just, again, like you said, a personal touch on the matter, and redacted details intact. Thanks for sharing that. Trash, fucking trash. I do say that, like, I've heard people pretty much confirm. They're like, yeah, in my head I was kind of done with this place, but like that's the nail in the coffin. And I'm like, good. Like this is
fantastic.
This is exactly. This is a very
fuck 'em.
You will like no one's gonna forget this. No one's gonna forget this. This entire company was.
People are totally gonna forget it.
Well. Okay, I'm not gonna forget it.
People have already forgotten it.
This entire company has been trash for years, but like this is one of those bits where you're like, you've lit the dumpster on fire. You're wafting the winds. So enjoy. Yes. So with that, we'll leave it there.
All right. Well, this has been a fun podcast.
You know
Make
what?
sure to check out Wooly over at what? Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say make sure to check out Wooly over at Wooly Versus on Twitch and Twitter. Make sure to check out me at Pat Stares At on Twitch and Twitter. Oh, Wooly's also got a YouTube channel, Wooly Versus.
There you go.
And also
Watch the
maybe
anime.
if you like, check out Peach Saliva over at her Twitch and Twitter. Also, to our American pals, well, actually to everyone, stay safe. Be careful. And to our American/Washington State pals, if you see a bee, fucking start running.
Carriers.
Y'all have a good night. Oh no, the fucking murder bees, dude.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, anyway, I appreciate. Hey, trust has been. You can tell her that trust has been regained with wholesome Kirby content that does not feature.
Oh, hold on, let me pass that on.
Scrotums.
Trust has been regained with wholesome Kirby content
That does not feature scrotums.
that does not feature scrotums.
Okay.
Aww.
And what was I going to say? Oh yeah.
That's a mistake. I'm telling you that right now. That's a huge mistake.
Well, anyway, I thought this was a pretty good episode.
Yeah, I thought it was all right.
Good. We'll leave it there.
Tune in next week for Wooly going to jail for N-word fraud.
Tune in next week for a bad episode.
Oh, yes, that too.